And here we
Recording in progress.
very good. Well, we certainly want to welcome everyone to our hybrid meeting. This is going to be a very short open session before we go to closed session. But we wanted to take the opportunity to, of course, welcome you. Then secondly is to open up the meeting to anyone who might have a comment about anything on the closed session. And let me see if our city clerk, Clementine, do you need to read the instructions for that?
Well, do you have anyone in the chamber? Because there's no one attending on Zoom.
Very good answer. No one in the chamber. So in that case, we'll close the public comment and adjourn to a closed session.
See you soon.
All right, Mario gets the shortest recording in history.
Recording in progress.
That wasn't Mario. Welcome, everybody, to our city council meeting. First of all, we're starting a little late. We're sorry about that, but we haven't done hybrid in a while, so we started our closed session a little bit late. And so that's why we didn't start precisely at 4 o'clock. And as you can imagine, when you're talking litigation and closed session, sometimes it takes a little bit longer than you anticipate. So with that, we do have a hybrid meeting going. We thank you very much for being here in person. It's really just joyful to see people again in various settings, with our fingers crossed about no more variants. We can help it, and we'll keep those numbers low. Everyone vaccinated, which really helps. So we welcome you, and there are also people who will be watching this on Zoom, and later on you can access it through our city's website as well. But before we actually call the meeting to order, I'm going to ask our outstanding city clerk to share with those of are watching online how they can participate in this meeting. That's part of the requirement of the state legislature. So with that, Clementine, to you, please.
Yes, good afternoon. So there are two ways to virtually participate in today's meeting. And you can also obviously be in person in the chamber. We are committed to the safe attendance of our public meetings, and masks are strongly recommended for all who attend in person, regardless of vaccination status, except for those who are younger than 2 years old or have a medical condition that prevents wearing a mask. Attendees in the council chamber, we appreciate it if you could please keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference. Anyone who is joining on Zoom can use the app on their computer or mobile device, or also call in to the Zoom meeting using their telephone. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or telephone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. To call in by phone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864 and enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 #. And if you are prompted to enter a participant ID, just press #. Detailed instructions on using Zoom are available at monterey.org/public-meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of the screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when you're called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it's their turn to speak, and we will call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting. A countdown timer will be shown on the screen, and if you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25, which has up to 90 seconds delay. We look forward to hearing your public comment.
Okay, thank you. It's very, very nicely done. So we will officially call our meeting to order. And once again, Clementine, would you please introduce your caring city council to the people?
Certainly. Councilmember Albert.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Williamson.
Here.
And Mayor Roberson.
I'm here as well. We have, to begin our meeting this evening, we have two presentations, and that always gives us a great joy and pleasure to recognize our wonderful community. Recently, the City Council revised its vision and mission statement and strategic plan, and one of the things we did, we developed 9 value drivers. And at the request of Councilmember Dan, on our agendas, we have our value drivers. And the value driver that would pertain to our friends from the Defense Language Institute has to do with community partnerships. And so the Defense Language Institute, Foreign Language Center at DLI FLC, at the Presidio of Monterey, trains military service members in all military branches. The DLI conducts a protocol known as the Joint Enlisted Board each quarter to assess the motivation, knowledge, and ability to go above and beyond that of the average soldier, Marine, sailor, and airman. And in a moment, I'm going to share the proclamation that we have for 3 of our 4 recipients who are here in person, and they're going to share some languages with you, and it's always a very fun for us to wait till they're done, and then we get to guess what languages it is. We're getting better. So it's always a pleasure. I have to tell you a quick story. I taught elementary school in New Monterey at Bayview and Hilltop, which were on the other side of the Defense Language Institute. And in those days, the base was wide open. And interestingly enough, it wasn't, the base did close before 9/11, interestingly enough, about 2 weeks ahead of that. But I used to go through the Presidio all the time getting to work. And it was always a pleasure just to have this in our city. And it was always a pleasure for me to teach the children of language instructors as well as personnel who were at the DLI. Great kids, never had any discipline problems. Must have had Marines for dads, right? And so, interestingly enough, another story that was so interesting and perfectly relevant to today. So one day we have a lot of the DLI students and military personnel who volunteer in our city. And so one day I was talking to a gentleman, and I talked to him. Oh, yeah, I was at the DLI, and I said, "Oh, and what language are you studying?" He said, "Russian," because at one time the Vietnamese departments and the Russian departments were huge. And I don't think I know Vietnamese isn't taught anymore. And so I said, well, yeah, historically it was a large, and then the Russian department shrank a little bit, and now it's growing again. I said, well, how would you characterize that? What's causing that? He said one word: Putin. And you think about what's going on right now. How prophetic was that? And so we're so grateful for the languages, because you think about what's going on in the world today. We've got to have languages. We have to communicate with everybody, especially the people on the ground and the victims who need our help. So I have proclamations for each of our recipients, and we, in a moment, but not quite yet, I'll read the proclamation, but it is on behalf of Sergeant Chris Maharaj. So Maharaj, thank you. U.S. Marine Corps, Lance Corporal Adrian Montalvo Mercado, who is not here this evening, probably reassigned. Yes, sir. Yes, he is. Sergeant Colton Reed from the U.S. Marine Corps, and Lance Corporal Maxwell Mavromatis from the U.S. Marine Corps. And the proclamation, I think, is pretty powerful, because we think of someone going to the Defense Language Institute and you learn a language. That's probably just it's a major part of what they do, but it's so much more that they have to learn, because you have to know about the culture. You have to know how to work with people, because you can have the language, but without the culture and the social mores, how are you able to communicate with people? And so, as the recipients of the board awards, each of the gentlemen that I've cited have demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, knowledge of the history of the Presidio of Monterey and the DLI, chain of command, world events, customs and courtesies, first aid, code of conduct, uniform code of military justice, military leadership in the armed forces insignia. And the Monterey community, not just the city of Monterey, is extraordinarily proud of the country's service members and our outstanding relationship with the Defense Language Institute. So it's always a pleasure for me as the mayor, on behalf of our council and the entire city of Monterey, to recognize our recipients this evening. So what I'd like to do is ask Sergeant Chris Maharaj to come forward, and it'd be I don't know if you're going to do why don't you go ahead and take the podium, please, and then we'll present this to you. I don't know if you've got photo op going, or we'll do that afterwards. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Всем привет. Я инструктор русского языка. Я только хочу сказать спасибо вам всем. Добрый день. That's all I have, sir.
Okay.
We need more to figure it out.
All right. What was he speaking? Russian. You're right. Very good. Well, thank you for being here. And are you through with your assignment here? Are you off to your next assignment yet?
I'm
Pretty-
here for another 2 years, sir.
Another 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Well, I'm hoping you're loving Monterey
Yes, sir.
because we love having you here. So if you come forward, I'd like to present this to you. And oh, sure. Follow instructions. Thank you so much. Congratulations. So we'd like to invite Sergeant Colton Reed, if he would come to the podium, please, and share some thoughts. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. أشكركم جميعا لهذه الفرصة لزيارة مجلس المدينة. Thank you all for the opportunity to visit the City Council today. شكرا لمدينة مونتري لدعمها مستمر لمعهد الدفاع عن اللغات. Thank you to the City of Monterey for her continued support of DLI. وسنجتهد جهدا إلى الأبد لتحقيق هدفنا ومهمتنا لتعزيز السلام من خلال التفاهم. We will continue to fight to promote peace through understanding, which is our goal and our mission. حتى نحقق السلام النهائي أو نتخلص من أعداء أمريكا تماما. شكرا. So we will continue in that vein until we achieve the final peace or until we get rid of America's enemies completely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we going to guess? Arabic?
Oh.
Yeah. I was going to say Farsi, but Arabic? Arabic.
Yeah.
Good job.
All right, thank you for being here. You're Canadians too as well. So is this a 3-year duty? Wow. The whole time it's learning Arabic. An instructor, I'm sorry. Yeah. Very good. Oh, good. All right. Yeah, he's an instructor. And so thank you for that. Yeah. All right. And do you want to do a photo op, please?
He gets the award for a good mustache, too.
And one more, please, with. Again, thanks for being here.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay, what am I? No, I know.
Underneath?
Yeah. Okay, all right. Then Lance Corporal Maxwell Mavromatis. We have one for him? If not, we'll get it. Oh, here it is.
Underneath.
Oh, welcome. Floor is yours. Thank you,
Thank you,
Dan.
sir. Good afternoon, all. 여러분, 안녕하세요. 저는 마그누라고 합니다. 19살이고 테네시주에서 태어났습니다. 해병대이고 계급은 일병입니다. 국방 외국어 대학에서 한국어를 공부하고 있습니다. 한국어는 단어가 많아서 조금 어려워요. 그렇지만 재미있는 것 같아요. 저를 초대해서 감사합니다. That's all I have, sir.
All right. And
Mandarin?
Korean.
Korean?
Korean, very good. Good, thank you. And I did ask the instructor, he's going to be here 2 more years. And what about you? What is, are you an instructor, a student? And how many more years will you be in our beautiful city?
I'm a student, sir, and my graduation date is planned to be November 10th, Rincon birthday.
Oh, very good. Right, good. And you know what, where are you from originally?
Originally, I was born in Memphis, Tennessee, sir.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you gentlemen, I meant to ask as well. Where you're, okay, you're Houston.
I'm from West Virginia, sir.
All right, good. Yeah, one day I was down here at the City Hall and I heard a group of people speaking various languages. And I thought, oh, they must be, maybe they're on a bus tour or something like that. I said, went over, said, hey, y'all, I'm enjoying your languages. Where are you from? Oh, we're from Memphis. We're from Sacramento. we're from West Virginia. They were DLI students. Isn't that great? And they come, folks, they come here, and depending on the length of study, they leave here fluent on some extraordinary difficult languages. So we were just so proud of you. And thank you to your families and your support staff up at the DLI. I know you couldn't do it without them as well. So may I give this to you? Thank you again. Congratulations. As a former 20-year mayor used to say, he said, you're certainly welcome to stay, but we would not take offense if you needed to leave and go on to your next assignment and appointments that you might have. But again, we appreciate you so much. Okay. The next item is another. So another presentation, Trees for Monterey. And you know what? I have a really excellent staff report, as we just had on that one. But rather than give your staff report for you, I'm just going to turn it right over to our city manager, Hans Uslar, who can make the introductions, please, for his incredible staff member who's here.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to introduce our Parks Operation Manager, Louis Macusa.
Hello,
Welcome,
I'm going to
Louis.
give you a short presentation and thank the Monterey Rotary Club for the grant that we received of $7,500. They ended up, we'll end up planting 80 trees throughout the city. And Clementine can maybe, yeah, there we go. The Rotary District partnered with the City of Monterey Parks and Recreation Department to plant 80 trees. And we did this in the cemetery, Ellisdale Park, Whispering Pines Park, and soon to be Don Dabby Saturday with the project. And there are some of the Rotarians that helped. This was at cemetery. Once again at the cemetery. Ellisdale Park. Again. And Whispering Pines Park. And Whispering Pines Park again. So but there were some more slides, but there's not. So volunteers from 3 clubs plus the Rototrack Club with CSUMB. So we had the County Row Rotarians, the Monterey Rotarians, and the Monterey Pacific Rotarians. Mr. John Hines was the project manager. Bernie Hines was the Rotarian from Monterey County Row. Dennis McCarthy from Rotarian Monterey, and Janet Berlardo from Rotary Pines, or from Rotary Monterey Pacific, and our very own Ed Smith, who's County Row Rotarian. I'm actually pinch hitting for the assistant forester, who was the project manager here and who worked with these on the last 2 projects, along with our forester that was here before, Justin Prouty. So we're very thankful for the Rotarians. This was a very good project. We reforested these areas that needed a lot of trees. And there are grants paid for not only the installation, but stakes, ties, gopher baskets. The trees we planted were coast live oaks, Monterey pines, Monterey cypress, northern red oaks, and western sycamore. So once again, thank you to the Rotarians. Big help, and we love working with these kind of projects.
Okay, good, Louis, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Britt, a few words, or do you have some of your Rotarians
Yeah,
who wanted to talk to us this afternoon?
Yeah, I want to just refer over to John Hines, who was our project reaching out to all the clubs. So John, I think you have a few things you wanted to tell us, and we'd love to hear from you, John.
Okay, yeah, well, I wanted to say thanks to the staff, but The idea for this project began about a year ago with Rotary International adding a new area of focus for grants, the environment.
Mhm.
And the environment began last July. And so it seemed to me that Rotary could help the city with something environmental. So with Ed Smith's help, I reached out to the 16 neighborhood associations to learn what their current project priorities were. And in the process, one of my contacts mentioned Justin Prouty, and that he's the urban forester for the city. And so I contacted and met with Justin, and together we developed a plan of estimated costs for trees and parks and neighborhoods around Monterey that needed them. We figured we could probably afford 50, 60, 15-gallon size trees and supplies such as the stakes, ties, water bags, gopher bags. I also reached out to the other 3 Rotary clubs in Monterey so that we could do a multi-club project, which we could get more matching money. And the Rotary Clubs of Monterey, represented here by John Shearer and Dennis McCarthy, their president, and Monterey Pacific, Janet Villardo, joined on us, and President Bertie's House, our president of Monterey Cannery Row. The 3 of us, worked on the project, and I named it Trees for Monterey and applied for what is called the District Service Grant. In late July, we received approval in early September. $6,000 of the $7,500 in the grant money is from our Rotary District matching funds, so about 80%. And so we organized the first tree planting of 20 trees in, as we just mentioned, at the Monterey Cemetery in October, and the second one, another 20 at El Estero Park in November. Justin left the city, unfortunately, for a job in Portland, and so we then began planning a 3rd planting with Tice Norton, park supervisor and now assistant urban forester. We ended up planting 20 trees in Whispering Pines Park in February, near Ed's house. And since we still had some money in the budget, Tice purchased yet another 20 trees for the Don Davi Park just recently, and with help from Palma school students, will plant those 20 this weekend, he told me today. So 80 trees in all, with the excellent help from Justin and Tice, who shopped and purchased at better than expected prices, which allowed us to buy more trees. They dug and augured most of the holes in advance of the best locations, transported the trees and supplies, instructed us on planting techniques, and cleaned up after our work. Thanks also to the many volunteer laborers from the 3 Rotary clubs and to the presidents for their support, and to our local Rotaract club at CSUMB. These are college students, young adults. As well, I want to thank Ed, of course, Rotarian Ed, for his tree planting skills, and as well as his knowledge of the city staff, which was helpful, and certainly to our city government for helping this result in what I think has been a very successful project.
Thank you,
Good.
John.
Thank you so much, John.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that and all that you've done. And that's, again, one of those cooperative things that we do. Ed?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest maybe we have all 3 of the representatives from the club and all of the Rotarians come up and receive. Don't we have a proclamation that we're providing to them? Wasn't there?
If not, we'll get it to them.
Okay,
I don't
well,
see it.
that can follow on, but maybe we can have all of them come up here and stand in front of the mayor and take
I
photographs.
think we should have a group photograph. don't
Yeah,
we?
absolutely.
Come on
So
down.
all Rotarians in the house, come on up, please. So the chief is a member of the Monterey Club.
Very nice. Good to see you again. How about that?
Congratulations. Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you, John.
nice to see you, Joy. You do everything.
We gotta have Nat. Can you take photographs for us? We want you at this photo.
One, two, three. I'm gonna pick up this phone.
Great, thank you.
Hi, good to see you again. Yeah. Hey, thanks for being here. Thanks for all your good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Joy.
All right, Joy.
John and John, thank you.
Again, one of the value drivers of the city of Monterey is to protect and preserve our natural environment by addressing climate change through ecologically responsible and pragmatic solutions. So I would say this just met that definition exactly, spot on. And I hope it's an inspiration for others, neighborhood associations that you mentioned, and business associations. Let's green up this city and green up this planet. Because climate warming, as far as I'm concerned, is the number one priority of the human race. And the city as well, whatever we can do. Of course, the city can't solve every problem, but to me, this is so important. And these seemingly small steps are huge because of the example they set. You heard it.
Yep. Yep. Rotarians are pretty good at finding money. So we'll do that.
John, I know a guy.
Well, Joy is our incoming district governor in 20.
Wow, Joy.
Immediate past, I'm sorry. Yeah, vice governor this year. And so the reach to the Rotarians in our district to 5230 is far and wide to the Central Valley. So representation of all the club members, and Dan is also a member of the Monterey Club. And so it's always good to be able to work with others that care and put our ideas together. And as they say, the answer is in the room. So if we get the right people in the room, we can fix a lot of things. But thank you all.
Good. Thanks. And again, you're certainly welcome to stay, but if you had other things to do, the Warriors played last night.
Giants in a doubleheader, so you want to see that too. Yeah.
Thanks again, y'all.
Thanks all.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, public comments. This is an opportunity for the public to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes on any subject within the jurisdiction of the Monterey City Council and not on the agenda. So if you have comments about agenda items, we respectfully ask that you wait. We also, until then, we also suggest if you need a response from our exceptional city staff, you can leave a contact now, or you can contact suggest@monterey.org, and we can guarantee you'll hear from us. Mr. Raleigh,
Good
welcome.
afternoon. I just wanted to follow up on email I sent this weekend, which was a copy of the Fish Wrapper,
Mhm.
our neighborhood newsletter. And I wanted to call attention on September 19th. We will have a candidates forum for the candidates in Monterey. So please put that on your agenda, and also so that we don't run into conflict with some of the other neighborhoods. I can guarantee that the trees and the need for tree planting is great. I was just talking to neighbors yesterday and said that in just the past couple of years, and my house backs on a green belt, and I can almost see the bay from the loss of trees that has occurred in just the last few years. I had about 10 pine trees, and I've got 3 left from when I moved in 1981. So we've seen a lot of change in the tree cover, and it's really great that the Rotarians have stepped to the front to try and help out on this. So let's hope it continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Welcome to our meeting.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Demetrius Castros. My wife and I have owned our home in Monterey for 27 years, and most of you know me from my various contacts. I've been in the fire service or connected to some level of emergency stuff for, as of this month, 50 years.
Wow.
Since 1990, Monterey's been a leader in providing emergency training on the peninsula. And we've had the oversight of what we call the zone captains. At one time, we called it NERT. Now we call it CERT for Community Emergency Response Team. But the zone captains are Monterey citizens from the 9 different CERT zones around the city of Monterey who have overseen the training and supervised it and set policy for how we're going to do things with CERT. We've had probably 1,000 people go through CERT training from communities all across the peninsula, but they are always available when we need to call them into Monterey. And that's an important point. Our current emergency call-out team, which comprises 141 Peninsula citizens that we can call out with a message to their cell phone, their text, their email, and their home phone whenever we need them, 24/7. Half of them are not citizens of Monterey, yet most of the call-outs occur in Monterey. So important to remember, even though we do respond to other communities, most of the call-outs occur in Monterey. These people will drop what they're doing 24/7 to come into this or one of our neighboring communities. We've been very busy the last 6 months in Monterey. We've had the tsunami alert on the coast. We've had a structure fire on Prescott Street. We've had a High Street call out for a search, and we had a major fire on Joslyn Canyon. CERT was there every time. At no cost to Monterey, we've helped create teams in other areas such as Carmel Valley, Big Sur, and we're working on one in Toro Park. Again, at no cost to the citizens of Monterey. But many of those graduates will become part of our call-out team because they've been trained to the same standard, mostly by the same instructors as Monterey. So they will also be added, the ones that wish to the call-out group. So they'll be available to Monterey whenever we need them. And by being the leader, by Monterey being the leader in CERT, we've been able to determine the direction of this program and make it one of the premier CERT programs in the state and, if I may say, the country. Again, the CERT zone captains have been setting policy, determining how we expend our funds, and we're made up all, the CERT zone captains are made up all of Monterey citizens, and we've done this to one degree or another for 32 years since CERT, or what was originally NERT, started in 1990. And we're such a success because we have a lot of volunteers that really give thousands of hours a year to make this program a success. And we need to stay as Monterey. We need to stay the leaders because we're the ones that have driven it to this point, and we need to keep that going. Thank you very much and appreciate the time.
Thank you, and thank you for your service for that as well. I know you are.
Thank you, Jimmy.
We get your emails and we appreciate it.
No, those updates are great. We love them.
Yeah, we do. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. I'm Eloise Shim. I'm a former 12-year employee, a substitute teacher for MPUSD. And I wanted to comment about the presentation that's going to be given by the police, the department.
Yeah, may I ask if you wouldn't mind, would you wait until that is on our agenda? It's going to come up next?
What do you mean next? Like not all the, is it going to be, because I have to leave at about 6-ish.
Right. Well, I'm hoping we're not here at 6 o'clock. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
but according to the State Brown Act, though, we have to ask that you wait until that agenda item comes up. Okay.
will it come up? Do
Yeah,
you-
well, this afternoon, yes, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Mayor, Councilman. My name is Shay Ballesteri, and I'm the current chairman for GEM, the General Employees of the City of Monterey. And we're requesting that the city holds off on any new spending for new rainy day funds and increasing the use of outside vendors and contractors until negotiations with all city employee groups have been finalized. And that will include number 5 on today's agenda, which I'm happy to speak on again, unless you guys want to enter these comments into that. Employees work hard to take care of the city, and it's our hope that the city remembers to take care of us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here.
Would you like me to speak again? I'm going to say the same thing on agenda 5, or can we enter that?
Agenda item 5 has to do with the destination and marketing group sales. Is that the one?
Yes.
All right. Would you?
About 15, Jay.
We can pull that from
15
you.
for the 810? Or was it 5? My mistake.
15 is for the CSG consultants, and that's what you guys pulled. But
All right, well, I'll clarify that.
Whatever.
Yeah, number 5 has to do with the Visitor and Convention Bureau agreement that we have for promotion. And
Yeah,
I
and the
think
additional 810,000, correct, for that
Yeah.
marketing
Uh-huh.
campaign?
Yeah.
My comments were
Number
going to go
five.
along with that agenda. If you like me to repeat them, I'd be happy.
So
to
you
share.
want to speak to that one as well?
I was going to make the same comment, yes.
Okay, well,
Let
we
the city
can,
hold off on any new,
oh, yeah, we can do that. Okay. We'll count, we'll make sure that's part of the record.
okay, thank you.
Okay, right.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. So we'll ask our city clerk to make a note that the public comment referenced without pulling item 5, but it did reference item 5 with respect to holding off on it. Other public comments for folks who are here in person? And seeing none, do we have anybody online who wanted to share anything not on the agenda?
There are no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right. And again, I'm a little bit, it's Brown Act state law is very strict about speaking on agenda items when it comes up. And then this public comment, open mic, so to speak, is for things not on the agenda. So we're all used to that, but if it's new, then you now you know. All right, speaking of the consent agenda, that's next. And we do have a request to pull items 15, 17, and number 21 by members of the public.
Including number 18 as well, 18 and 21.
Okay, well, 18 is new then, since the briefing I got. All right.
Yep.
We'll do 18 as well. Oh, okay. Does the council want to pull anything that aside from those 4 or have a general comment?
General comment on item 13.
Okay, you don't need to pull it, but just want to make a
Yeah,
comment.
just comment.
Would you do that, please? Then Councilmember N.
I will. Item 13 is the authorization for some expenditures. I just generally have a rule of when money gets a lot and it's on the consent, I want to make sure that we shed some light on it. This is authorized an appropriation measure or from measure P&S funds in the amount of $1.5 million for Measure P sidewalks project to the account. So projects coming, ballot measure that was passed several years ago, and just wanted to point out that although it may seem like it's been dormant, we went through COVID, and we've also not stopped on the expenditure of scoping of roadway work, sidewalk work, and improvements for handicap access and sewer work. So I just wanted to point that out with that agenda item, and it's there for the public to read, but significant, continuing to improve our roads and our sidewalks for the public. And thank you for the public for supporting P and then S.
Good, thank you. That's a good point. Anybody else? No, we're good. I will make the motion to approve the consent agenda minus 15, 17, 18, and 21.
Second.
And second, roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Haka,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, as me as well. All right, so let's go to number 15. And we had a member of the public who wanted that to, I guess, be pulled to speak on it. Is the person here who wanted to speak on that, Hans?
Yes, it was part of a request by our bargaining unit general employees of Monterey, and Mr. Ballesteri just spoke about certain items that he doesn't want the city to proceed. And one of the items is item number 15, the contract with CSG Consultants.
Mhm.
Our HR director, Alison Haug, will respond to that since this request came through the HR chain this morning as well. So with that, I believe Alison is ready to speak about that, right, Nat?
Okay, so
Yeah, there you go.
by format and protocols, anytime we have members of the public who want to pull an item from the consent, then we do make a brief presentation and we do vote on that separately and individually. So with that, we'll have a presentation on item 15.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Item 15 is related to the on-call services for code enforcement, and I don't I won't get into the actual specifics of the contract, but this is not a new contract. This is something that has been engaged with by community development for many years regarding oversight of the short-term leases. So Jem did ask us to pull this to talk about making sure that it wasn't contracting out bargaining unit work, but this is not impacting any current full-time Jem position. And this is not new. This is something that's been ongoing. And so this is a contract to engage in services that the city has done in the past. And therefore, we did not notify Jem in advance of this because it should not be impacting or doing anything that's different from status quo. Therefore, for the bargaining unit concerns, we don't think that there are any at this time.
All right, thank you.
If I just may add, this is a contract that monitors short-term rental in the city of Monterey. It is in addition to the existing code compliance officer position that is fully staffed. We are using code compliance CSG for 5-6 years now to help us monitor the short-term rental websites and to conduct sting operations and to also write the appropriate enforcement action letters. So again, this is part of the city's commitment to ensure that our short-term rental ordinance is being enforced. With that, we are keeping housing stock active in the rental market by basically ensuring that potential rooms or smaller apartments or apartments are not being rented out on Airbnb, VRBO, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you for that. Do we, let's see if we have any other public comments. Mr. Ballesteri made general comments about those. And so do we have anybody else who wanted to speak on those here or online?
We have no hands raised, Mr. Mayor, on this item.
Okay, are you ready for make a motion, someone?
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, it passes 5-0. The next item was item 17, authorized professional services agreement with EMC Planning Group and Rincon Consultants not to exceed $200,000 each to evaluate and process permit applications for the construction and modification of wireless facilities. We have a brief staff presentation, then we'll open it to the public.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As the council is well aware, one of the most significant challenges we're having right now with wireless facilities are the federal shot clocks that are associated with permit processing. And the city has selected a very transparent and extensive public process for all applications. They have to file for a use permit that has to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. And also, most of our applications are being appealed to the City Council. Our challenge as a city staff is that those applications from start to finish have to be processed within 60 days or they're deemed approved. And we quite frankly just don't have the staff capacity to approve applications that quickly. They would have to cut in line in front of everything else. I should point out too, the cost for these services. The wireless companies put a deposit down of $4,000, so we have 100% cost recovery for wireless facilities. Independent of some legal review that happens that does occur with city expenses. So we are proposing this as a vital way to meet the objectives of the community to make sure that we have a use permit and appeal heard within 60 days. The last piece I want to share with you, we are just starting to see the transition from macro facilities where, you know, on a pole or maybe in a flag pole, we had a call a couple of weeks ago where somebody's interested in starting to deploy some facilities possibly down in Cannery Row. They talked about 30 sites all being submitted at the same time. And so that's going to be very challenging to provide that public process without additional resources. So
Good.
that's the purpose of our recommendation.
Thank you for that explanation. Okay. Yes, question?
So I'm just wondering, you were identifying that the costs are in-house for the legal services. Is there a way that we can loop those costs into the permitting with the applicants?
Where it's appropriate, we're able to charge to the applicants. And so I have to sometimes rely on conversations with our city attorney's office, whether it's a general city ordinance issue or whether it's a application specific issue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. Anyone else? All right, let's have a public comment on this item, please. Anyone here in the chambers? All right, do we have someone online? Let's welcome them, please. And
Yes, we do.
All right, let's go.
We have a telephone caller, and please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. I have detailed serious problems with Rincon Consultants' reports and presentations on their wireless facility applications for cell towers and arrays. I've documented their errors, their false statements and misrepresentations. They have not adhered to the city's wireless ordinance, including failing to include required findings in planning commission resolutions, failing to identify incomplete application requirements, made a false statement about a key Telecommunications Act provision, misrepresented my statements and appeals, and even made nonsensical statements, including about project radiation coverage and penetration. Since 2019, I've raised these as serious questions about the qualifications of Rincon Consultants in the record. I've asked for this firm to be dismissed and the contract terminated over these many problems. I ask again for this contract to be terminated, but there's another issue. Rincon was not contracted to do this work. In March 2019, the City Council approved hiring Rincon because the Planning Department told the City Council the staff would be overwhelmed with small cell applications they foresaw, and they needed assistance from multiple firms to meet the deadlines. Rincon was approved for processing small cell facility applications with 60-day shot clocks, but not even one small cell application occurred, and these firms weren't needed during this time period. However, staff took the contracts and used Rincon instead for regular single wireless facility projects, possibly in violation of the City Council terms. Either the terms for approval of a contract are upheld or the contract is voided or terminated. If contracts are changed without due process, there are serious questions that could arise about professional misconduct. The city must retain qualified terms for these contracts, and you must correct the situation, because how it makes the city look, I won't even describe. Do not renew the contract with Rincon Consultants. Thank
And there are no further hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
So, move approval. Second.
Discussion, none. Discussion on. I don't want to leave you out. We're good. All right. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson.
Yes, that passes 5-0. So the next item from our consent agenda, I don't know if you're watching Jim Thompson, but I don't know if we're going to break the record. And that's to appropriate, I'll tell you all off line what that's all about. Appropriate $92,400 to economic and planning systems to collect information and prepare research on housing development for 4 parcels. So once again, Hans, I imagine we're going to have our excellent community development director come up or not?
No.
No. We're going to have our esteemed city manager?
Yes.
All right.
And I understood your Jim Thompson joke.
Thank you.
This is a request to authorize a work order for economic planning systems to help us figure out how are we getting into compliance with the regional housing needs assessment of 3,654 units that we have to build additionally here into the city of Monterey. One of the areas that we are looking at is the parcels located in the former Fort Ord. These are about 126 acres. They come with an allocation of water there as well. And we have asked Dave Zender who is very familiar with the area and has also helped the council on other occasions to figure out opportunities out at Fort Ord, to analyze for us what kind of housing we could create or zone for in that particular area. As you know, there are a lot of questions also in that area, and so it's part of our due diligence to check out what can we actually create on those parcels located in the former Fort Ord. So that's the report about that, and if you have any questions, please feel free.
All right, any questions from the council?
Just comment.
All right, well, if you will hold that until after public comment, and we'll look forward to it. Do we have a public comment on that from anyone here? In person, Mr. Raleigh?
Not moving as fast as I should. I don't think I gave my name. Tom Raleigh, president of the Fisherman's Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. I mentioned our fish wrapper, our newsletter, but I wanted to indicate that one of the victims of the pandemic and the ability to not meet and not to follow up on things and not to be personally involved. And I'm glad to see that we're resuming hybrid meetings. The thing is that what has gone by the wayside, and I appeared before you before some time ago when this has come up before about use of the excess property or the property the city's getting from the Fort Ord, former Fort Ord. This is a limited amount of land, and granted, you have the arena, the housing from the state housing community development. I'm intimately familiar with this. I was involved in it as LGR chair for MCAR, or actually the Monterey Board of Realtors, in 1989, when I raised the issue with the attorney with the Water Management District. These are unreasonable. These have been unreasonable for like 35 years. They've come out with these requirements that we have not been able to make because of the water limitations, among other things, and land limitations. I appeared and spoke to you about the changing in the housing, the overlay on Garden Road. In the meantime, the school district, listening to demographers, has decided to close our neighborhood school, Foothill School. So the people, the 180 units of housing that are going in Garden Road, if there are any children there, they're going to have to be bused out of area rather than attending a neighborhood school. We requested to meet, and this Thursday I'm supposed to meet with informally with PK Diffenbaugh to say we were never contacted or even asked for our opinion on what would happen when Foothill School. This is partly due to the pandemic. They were operating in a vacuum. We want to make sure that he is aware of what is going on and facts about changing the housing in our area. Our neighborhood has 153 houses and 3 senior citizen units. We have 180 units of housing going in Garden Road. So this is an impact that should have been considered. I don't believe it was by the school district. So I think there's some opportunity with the pandemic of short-sighted decisions that we'd like to make sure that sound decisions are made for the future for the schools. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Do we have anyone participating by Zoom?
We do not have any hands raised.
All right. What's the council's pleasure then? A comment, please, Ed?
Yeah, just I want to make it brief. I want to address a portion of what's in the agenda under the Regional Housing Needs Allocation arena. A lot of news about that, a lot of information. As I represent the council on the AMBAC board, that RENA number is a shocker. The process was painful, and you all owe me, I don't know, aspirins or leaves or something, because it was brutal to go through the process. But the constraints of how the number is determined based on the matrix that is established by I just lost the term, the Housing Community Development, HDC. The constraints that's established by that and the reestablishing of priorities of what numbers are looked at. Believe me, if we could have come up with another number that would have been more appropriate, much less than 3,600, that was my preference. And I did a protest vote and refused to vote on it because of the lunacy in the state guidelines and the fact that we have conflicting state agencies that cannot seem to recognize that one size does not fit all, and that the community of the Monterey Peninsula is under constraints for water. And simultaneous to this, the city has initiated a letter that has gone out to the state water resources. Don't need to get into that tonight, but the point of the RENA number is we moved from something like 360 the last time we did this to 3,600 numbers. With the inability to provide water for the housing applications that may come, 180 on Garden Road, gee, that's great. But when you start to compare it what the state's going to look at with RENA numbers, so anything we can do to participate in piling the amount of evidence we can to fight the state when they decide that they're going to find a way to punish cities for the lack of fulfilling the RENA numbers. We need to be prepared for that. So I just wanted to shed some light on this. It's a big deal. The RENA numbers is 3,600 units in the city of Monterey, and every city on the peninsula had their numbers increase to a number that is unattainable until we get the cease and desist order removed and until we have additional sources of water. So as you read this, folks will come up with, well, why do we have 3,600 requirement and what does that mean? I would encourage the public to look back at the AMBAG hearings and the testimony and look at the AMBAG website to learn about the process of how we establish the RENA numbers. And it's a large board of about 18 members. It's represented by every city and county in Santa Cruz, Monterey, and San Benito County. And a very difficult process to go through that takes about 2 years. And the only good thing is it's done for the next 5 years. But it is the number one issue in our region. Housing is the number one issue, and the need for water. I'm sorry I'm not brief, but I just want to point it out. If we're ever going to get to the units that we need, we're going to have to solve the water problem. And it's not going away. Collectively, we've got a lot of agencies that so far, not enough solutions to meet this number. And thank you for your patience for allowing me to go on about this. And no, you don't owe me an aspirin. I got through it. But that's what we're doing at AMBAG. And it was a marvelous experience.
Thank you so
I'll
much.
bet Ed, but I like to go on.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
More of a question.
Councilor,
So when are we going to see the collected information and research parcel? I mean, are they looking at coming back to the council? Is that, because I know the
Yeah.
contract goes until October 25th. Are we going to see it before? Or?
You will see it in the next 3 to 6 months.
Councilmember Tyler, did you want a question, comment?
Yeah, so I'll ask questions first and then make comments. Is water going to be a part of this discussion? Because I know that was something that we had discussed before with Fort Ordland, and there's this whole thing about paper water versus real water. Is that going to be part of this?
Yes,
No?
yes. Yes, so it's a political opinion whether it's paper water or not. We have a water allocation, and that water is part of our calculations to use for affordable or for housing.
And then how does the analysis that's done here differ from an analysis or the RFPs that have been released in the past in regards to the use of our Fort Ord property?
This is, yes, thank you. I understand your question. If I don't, please correct me. The Fort Ord properties are originally zoned as a light industrial use. And the idea of the Fort Ord reuse plan was that the city of Monterey would provide working opportunities. That's why it was zoned light industrial. And this will involve now basically a change of the original intent of light industrial use towards housing. We had plans previously presented to the council that was a mix between light industrial and having some housing components there, including single family residences. If you remember, we had, I believe, 4 different scenarios calculated out. This will be now completely just going into maximum build out for housing. What can we build as housing? No interest in any type of trades there or light industrial uses.
Okay. And just for a comment, I mean, unless the city, the council is serious about moving forward, executing whatever that looks like, if we're going to be claiming the use of Fort Ord as our 36, whatever 50 number is for the RENA allocation, then I hope that we're serious about actually doing that as opposed to using it to try to fulfill a RENA requirement. So I just kind of wanted to, hopefully we're not wasting an investment in this idea of doing it just to kind of fulfill some kind of state mandate, which there could be arguments against, you know, where this number came from. But the fact of the matter is that it's not only the housing that needed to be developed over the next decade, which is what this RENA allocation is about, but it's all the pent up demand for the years past. And although water is very much an issue and central to this conversation, anything we can do to remove other barriers associated with that. I'm sure if we eliminated the water issue, it wouldn't be as if there weren't other barriers presented. So I'm anxiously awaiting what staff is going to be proposing in regards to the housing element process and how we're going to speak towards removing some of those barriers and the conversation towards providing the much needed housing in the city of Monterey. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Alan, any comments at this point? I don't want to leave you out.
Yeah, I guess I would just very briefly say housing is a priority of the council. It's one of our strategic objectives. And I would also agree with what Councilmember Williamson said, that in moving forward with this, my hope would be we're genuinely going to be trying to figure out how to build housing there and not sort of just satisfy a bureaucratic accounting for the state, but that we're actually serious about it. So to our friends from Jim, there are some of these things we really can't defer because we have residents, including city workers, who need housing, and we need to move forward with this kind of investment. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Alan. So we did have a motion and a second further
Yeah,
discussion.
comment. Yeah, just a real quick question. When I got on the council in 2014, probably the biggest aha moment was the amount of things that come to this council that are involving land use. So we all share the frustration, the length of time it takes, the amount of staff investment and their time and energy it takes to get through the hurdles and address all of the legal, all the statutory, all of the desires of this council having to do with housing, which is land use and adjustments and amendments. So it's a big deal. And just so the public should know, we just can't take a vote and make it happen and make it so. It's got so many entanglements, but we're willing to fight through this process. And this council has demonstrated that it is willing to, try and do what we can to get through some of those hurdles. But 3,654 units is what the state thinks and expects us to build. Not in 1 year, but in the next 10 years. Those numbers will get adjusted again in 5 years. So that is a looming statutory requirement for us to think in terms of how we get through the challenge of planning for the land use and the water, the resources. So this takes a lot of time and effort by the staff. And I want to say thank you to those that participate in providing the information that goes to AMBAG and for our planning staff that they're experts at this. They really get this, and it's very complicated. And for a layman like me and like we are, to look at the planning efforts and the future projects that we're trying to put through, it can be frustrating because we identify something and we want to get it done faster because we know housing is very, very important and it's a need today. But unfortunately, we have a lot of hurdles we have to fight through. And one of them is figuring out a way to get more water so we can get projects approved. And if we don't have water of lots of record, we can't approve of the projects that may come to us. So the battle continues.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoppa,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, that passes 5-0. One more item on consent, and before we look at that, we have public hearings 3 this evening, this afternoon. We're not going to get to them, obviously. We'll just put them, add them on to the end of our evening agenda. But we definitely want to get to our first reading of the ordinance regarding police department acquisition, because we do have our fine police department here, a role model of community policing. That's Monterey Police Department. So let's go to 21 and we'll see if we can go ahead and finish at least number 22 before we adjourn.
Yeah, 21 is an informal report in which we explain the process with respect to the Monterey Regional Compatible Use Study. This item was pulled on request by Mr. Raleigh as well. So I would just ask Mr. Raleigh to make a statement.
Okay. That's okay, Tom.
Good afternoon again, Tom Raleigh. The reason I'm interested in this, I spoke on this before when this came up. The study that's out for review, it is not user-friendly. If you try to log on it, good luck. And the information, the pandemic, I have not been able to get a hold of the consultant at Denise Duffy. His name is in the staff report. I intend to follow up now that we're coming out where we can meet with people in person. I need to find out more about this. This has to do with base, relates to base alignment. I've talked to Fred Muir, who's head of the our committee, standby committee, and he seems satisfied that this organization that's running the study knows what they're doing. I believe that I don't know that Denise Duffy has any particular expertise in these issues, on the compatibility issues. I'm concerned that this could be used against us in the future, depending on what comes out in the final report. So I've indicated to the staff before, the city manager's office, that I'm interested in this, based on the base closure and the implications on base closure. So that's why I raised this issue and asked it to be discussed. And I would hope that there's going to be some made available so this is more user-friendly. Because when I tried to log on, I could not get zip information. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks you, Tom. Sorry,
Question. Oh,
of Mr. Raleigh or what?
no, I'm sorry. We're still doing public comment.
Yes, okay. Anyone else who wanted to speak to that in the chambers? Anyone online who wanted to speak to it? Do we have a Zoom member?
We do, and Clementine will call on the 2 individuals who have their hands raised.
Okay.
Yes. So first, I believe this is Nina Beatty. Please go ahead.
City staff put an inadequate report on the compatible use plan on the consent agenda in the afternoon. This is an improper use of the consent agenda in order to hide information from the public in the afternoon session when the public's at work, instead of putting it in the evening. And the city's engaged in this conduct repeatedly. The public doesn't know about this far-reaching plan. In 2020, you approved a compatible use plan or study to evaluate the Central Coast regional communities, how they are compatible with or interfere with military facilities and vice versa. That includes land use plans and rules and looking at encroachment issues. City and county officials and community leaders support strengthening and expanding the military missions and facilities locally and have formally adopted this in county goals. It's been a very secretive process. It's moving very fast without public knowledge, and final recommendations are due from the committees this summer, despite that the plan's request for proposals' first objective was that this would be a very public process with lots of public participation. I wrote the council on March 28th, and virtually none of my questions are answered in this report. It seems the intention of the city is to completely alter the nature of the plan approved by the city council. The Monterey Herald subscribers saw in February the expose on the water and soil contamination at Fort Ord, and Fred Muir was at Fort Ord during that time in the 1980s and knew about this contamination and their contamination problems with other local military sites. 5G is another top military priority identified in the compatible use plan with integration with the Space Force satellites, land and ocean equipment, and that means more radar, sonar, and satellite facilities here, which are already known to have a harmful effect on health and environment. The Navy 5G tower already appeared on Monterey Beach without any public notice or process or environmental review, and that is a taste of what is to come. My article on what happened in New Mexico following a military 5G tower activation is on my website, Smart Meter Harm. How this is being conducted does not bode well to the community on accountability or transparency. I urge the public to learn about and take action on this very important and far-reaching plan. Your future is being determined right now by this plan. And people who care about the environment, about peace, and are opposed to America's illegal wars and deadly weapons, who care about the future of this community, must demand accountability on this issue. This is a project that will affect the civil rights and property rights of the residents of this region, and only the public can make sure that there's a thorough vetting of this issue and all the plans that are being formulated right now.
All right, thank you for your comments. And who else do we have, please? Now,
Clementine Scott.
Thank you. Sorry, I was frozen on my mute for a second there. Next, we will hear from another telephone caller. The last three digits are 915. If you could please unmute yourself and go ahead. And just a reminder, oh, there we go.
Hello, my name is Becky Steinbrunner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I am a resident of Santa Cruz County across the bay, but I recognize the importance of what is happening here, being across the bay, for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's my understanding that this process has not been transparent. Anytime the public is not given full notice and the opportunity to participate, it concerns me as a citizen. And it concerns me to know now here that the top priority for the military, as stated in the RFP in 2020, was to install 5G. And the integration with its Space Force and satellites, land, and ocean equipment, which means more radar, sonar, and satellite facilities. As Ms. Beatty said, the Navy has already installed a 5G facility on the Monterey Beach. And neither the Coastal Commission nor NOAA has raised any flags. I have to ask, have they even been made aware of it? Have they been involved in this process any more than it appears the public has not been? So I have a concern with that, and I have read the study published by the Environmental Health Trust, the Memorandum on the Bird and Wildlife Impacts of Non-Ionizing Radiation by Dr. Albert Manville. He was a former U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service senior biologist. It is appalling to see photos of birds that have fallen dead with reduced muscle mass and no nutrition at all. When 5G installation is installed, it happened in White Sands, New Mexico, as Ms. Beatty said, and the photos are there to document it. I am concerned that the Monterey Bay is such a rich area for migratory birds, both sea and land, that increasing the 5G without even thinking about how it could affect the wildlife can be a very negative thing for the wildlife in our area. And I urge you to revisit this and to cause some sort of study or at least an analysis to be done and to make it all very public so that members of the public, NOAA, the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and Department of Fish and Wildlife and Coastal Commission are all on board. And this will go forward in a way that is not harmful to wildlife. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we do not have any further hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Did you want to speak on this issue?
Yeah, actually, I'm an industry insider. I just moved to this area from San.
Okay, if you don't mind, just come right up to the microphone and share your thoughts.
So, my name's Elias Bethel. I just moved to this community about 4 months ago from Santa Cruz. I just heard you guys talking about 5G, and my company, DAA Systems, is an RF engineering shop. We provide life safety services for fire, police, and EMT with their radio coverage, which is on 700, 800 LTE. There's a common misnomer about 5G, and I'd like to just quickly set the record straight. I was just at farmer's market, but happened to hear this, and I was like, I'm listening to people talking kind of without a lot of knowledge base. If you were afraid of 5G, you should really be afraid of 4G. This 4G propagates a lot further, and it penetrates buildings a lot easier. Millimeter wave is meant for short distances, and the 5G essentially is getting you up to that 100 gig, or I'm sorry, 100 meg down and upload speeds, which most consumers, the general consensus is that's what they've wanted for a long time. I heard her mention something about birds. I don't know if she knew there's a new bird flu going around the entire country right now, and millions of birds have been killed in the last year or two, which could easily be misconstrued to a 5G tower. 5G towers are a millimeter wave. A bird would have to be right in front of that tower for about 15 to 20 minutes for it to actually affect the bird, or a human for that matter. That's why with 5G millimeter waves, we have lots of little antennas that we're deploying that are not that, the amplification is very low on them. So we're bringing down the wattage so that we're not hurting people. 4G is really where you should be concerned about because it propagates a lot further and we amplify them over to 80 dB. That's all I have for you, but I just want to touch on that since I'm an FCC licensed RF engineer.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, so any more, is that it on public comment, Clementine?
Yes, sir. There is no further public comment with a hand raised.
All right, so this is to let the record show that the council did receive this informational report. And then secondly, I would encourage people to take a look at the agenda report, the links, go online and make sure that all the concerns you expressed this evening get into the record because it is a process that I've seen and participated in, and I'm hoping that there aren't any hurdles for that to happen. So unless there's other comments, I'd like to go ahead and get this report so our fine police don't have to come back tonight.
I just wanted to jump in. I mean, I'm hearing from several people that there's either issues with accessing it or just concerns about the information. And in the staff report, it does identify a community hosted workshop on June 29th, though I'm not sure if some of the input that they're wanting to provide to this virtual environment is going to be helpful for them to do that before they get to this workshop. So I don't know what the solution is for that, but I'm hoping that staff can work with these folks to make sure that things are working okay, because it should be about public transparency and giving people the ability to participate in this. Otherwise, this whole process is pointless.
Yes, well, I would encourage those folks to contact our community development department. And I have been invited and have participated in 2 of those public meetings, and there are 80 to 100 people who are participating in it. So my experience is, then again, obviously, it's the mayor of Monterey. I might be getting a link to know what else is, but the public has the opportunity. So we're going to ask our community development department to make sure that they're here, they heard the concerns. So let's make sure it's easily accessible. Exactly. That's one of our value drivers.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Okay, what's a receive a report? So you really don't need to. don't need to make a
Perfect.
motion, although some agencies do make motions on receiving reports, interestingly enough. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look, please, and that'll be our final activity this evening, and that is the first reading by title only of an ordinance regarding police department acquisition and use of military equipment, approved military equipment use policy. City Manager, would you make the introductions, please? And
Absolutely.
this is my format is to go through the city manager to introduce staff members because that's the way I like to do it.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. Chief Hober has told me about this presentation for probably the past 30 years. So we're really excited to finally have that day now coming where the chief can talk about Assembly Bill AB 481. This was probably on our radar for about 3 months now, and so we're looking forward listening to that presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Uslar. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and others. I am Dave Hober, your Chief of Police. This afternoon, I will be making a presentation in regard to Assembly Bill 481, Law Enforcement, Military Equipment, Funding, Acquisition, and Use. This presentation will provide an overview of the agenda report I prepared related to this issue and Monterey Police Department Draft Policy 706, Military Equipment. After my presentation and any questions you may have, I would respectfully request that you pass an ordinance to approve MPD Policy 706 to allow staff to continue to use current resources with corresponding policies and procedures and acquire specific equipment as described. Present with me this afternoon are the Monterey Police Department Command Staff, Assistant Chief Mike Bruno, Lieutenant Ethan Andrews, Lieutenant Jake Pincus, and this evening, Lieutenant Gabe Castor. Slide 2, please. By way of background, on September 30th, 2021, the governor signed AB 481, which is codified in Government Code Sections 7070, 7071, and 7072. In enacting AB 481, the legislature found, among other things, that there should be legally enforceable safeguards, including transparency, oversight, and accountability measures to protect the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties before military equipment is funded, acquired, or used. Next slide, please. Initial approval of military equipment already being utilized. AB 481 requires law enforcement agencies that seek to continue to use military equipment accomplish the following by May 1st, 2022. First, draft a military use equipment policy with specific information to include the description of military equipment, the purposes and uses, the fiscal impact, the rules that govern use, the training, the mechanisms to ensure compliance, and the procedures to register complaints or concerns. In this regard, the Monterey Police Department drafted Policy 706, Military Equipment, and it is attached to the agenda report for this item. Second, seek approval of the military equipment policy from the governing board, in our case, you, the City Council, by ordinance. In this regard, I am seeking your approval this afternoon. Third, make the policy publicly available on the agency's website. In this regard, the Monterey Police Department posted the policy on our MPD website on March 16th, 2022. Next slide. Annual reporting. Annually, after the adoption of a military equipment use policy, the police department shall compose an annual military equipment report to include a summary of how the equipment was used, a summary of complaints or concerns related to the military equipment, any violations of military use policy and actions taken, annual costs for military equipment, the quantity possessed for each type of military equipment. If the police department intends to acquire additional military equipment in the next year and the quantities sought. City Council shall annually review the military equipment purchase and use ordinance and vote to renew the ordinance at a regular meeting. In this regard, the police department will present the annual report in April 2023 and each April thereafter, and have an annual town hall meeting within 30 days of presenting the annual report to the City Council. AB 481 defines military equipment in 16 categories. While the Monterey Police Department owns and utilizes items which are defined as military equipment in AB 481, the Monterey Police Department has not applied for or received military equipment from the military or through the 1033 program. Each of the items and specified information is part of MPD Policy 706, military equipment, which is attached to the agenda report. I'm going to describe the military equipment in 3 sections. First, military equipment MPD possesses and utilizes. Second, military equipment owned or operated by agencies the Monterey Police Department participates with as part of the Monterey Peninsula Regional Special Response Unit, or SRU. And third, the military equipment the Monterey Police Department needs to procure. Section 1, military equipment owned and utilized by the Monterey Police Department. The Monterey Police Department owns and utilizes the following items of military equipment as defined by AB 481. 53 patrol rifles, which are issued to each sworn member. 3 40mm less lethal launchers. 2 37mm oleoresin capsicum or OC launchers. 14 shotguns utilizes less lethal platforms. And 3 specialized rifles, which are counter sniper rifles used with SRU deployments. Section 2, military equipment owned or operated by agencies the MPD participates with as part of the SRU. The MPD are members of the SRU, which is composed of the law enforcement agencies on the peninsula. Different peninsula agencies own different pieces of equipment that are utilized by SRU. The agencies owning these items of equipment are required to obtain approval from each of their governing bodies. This equipment includes a Lenco Bearcat armored vehicle, command and control vehicles, remotely piloted air and ground vehicles or drones, 37 and 40mm launchers, breaching shotguns, flashbang diversionary devices, explosive breaching tools, tear gas, and pepper balls. Next slide. Section 3, Monterey Police Department military equipment procurement. AB 481 requires approval prior to acquiring military equipment or applying for a grant for such. The MPD needs to acquire the following 2 items of equipment. The first is 12 40mm less lethal launchers to replace the less lethal shotgun platforms I previously described. This will be funded through the FY22 existing budget. And 1 command vehicle, which will function as a negotiations operations center for use with the Monterey Peninsula Regional Special Response Unit. This will be funded through the Federal Urban Area Security Initiative reimbursement grant in FY24. Finally, I would respectfully request that council adopt an ordinance to approve MPD Policy 706 military equipment pursuant to AB 481 to allow staff to continue to use current resources with corresponding policies and procedures and acquire specific equipment as described. In regard to the last slide, questions, we did receive an emailed question about the annual cost for ammunition for the police department over the last 5 years. And in response to that, we spent approximately $15,000 a year on ammunition for training and qualifications. Finally, before I turn to any questions, because you gave me the opportunity to be here, I want to relate that this afternoon we released and posted on social media our Monterey Police Department 2021 annual report, which outlines information about the MPD over the last year. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the council at this point?
Just one.
All right, Councilmember Ed.
Yeah, just, I know the requirements of the law with the MPD policy 706. That's probably the only one that's statutorily requiring it to come to the city council for approval, isn't it?
Yes, just that specific
Yeah,
policy.
that specific policy. So I hate to see this become a habit. I don't think it will, but that's tied to AB 481. So no other policies have to come for us to approve. That would be approved through you, the city manager, and HR and all of that, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to solve that in my mind that this is the only one because it's statutory.
Got it. Other questions? Alan, any questions at this point? Councilmember Allen? I guess not. And public comment, I know we had someone here in the audience. Thank you for your patience. This is your opportunity.
No questions for me. I did have a chance to speak with the chief.
Okay, thank you. We understood most of that. So you did. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So it sounded like Alan had no questions and he did have an opportunity to speak to Chief Dave okay, earlier. Thank you. Thanks for calling the chief. Thank you for your patience. You probably, I hope you learned a lot from our other items tonight.
I did. Okay. So again, I'm Eloise Shim, and I wanted to comment about the acquisition of this military equipment and sort of caution the council to not readily approve the military equipment because military equipment is a broad term and it could include things like surveillance, facial recognition, armored vehicles, things that, you know, could violate citizens' Fourth Amendment rights. So I think before you sort of gloss over the term military equipment, that you make sure that the things that they are procuring are not going to be violating the citizens' rights. And also, in terms of, in the past, there has been issues with the armored vehicles in Monterey County in terms of mistaken identity and things like that. So the other thing, you know, the citizens have a right to their privacy, and a lot of this military equipment does requires sort of like surveillance of people. For instance, the FBI surveilled the mosque in Seaside some years back, and that's really a violation. And also, I think there should be sensitivity to the homeless community. There is a homeless community in Monterey, and the NY Police Department, PD, they recently when the homeless people had their tents on the street, they were taking them down, they rushed in and did a sweep of their personal property. And I'm not saying that Monterey Police Department is akin to the NYPD, but all of the police departments are sort of, you know, in the country on the same page. And I just think that the council should not rush to just approve of this equipment, but make sure that it's not equipment that would go against people's privacy rights and Fourth Amendment rights.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak who's here in person? Do we have anybody who wanted to participate by Zoom? Clementine? No hands raised.
Sorry, I keep clicking it and it wasn't unmuting. No, there is no hand raised on Zoom, Mr. Mayor.
All right, getting back to the city council. Chief Dave, I think it would be worth taking just a moment. Our public participant was concerned about surveillance equipment and so on. I think in your report, basically you're talking about equipment that you've had for years that now has been defined by the state as military. But could you just address the equipment that we're talking here, please?
Yes, sir. So there are 16 different items that are codified in the code as being military equipment. Surveillance equipment is not among them. That being said, we are very cognizant about any issues that people have in regard to any equipment that is utilized for any type of surveillance, but that is not part of what we are requesting here.
Okay, thank you. Very good. And I would point out that with respect to the homeless, that Monterey PD is not New York. And we have an MDOT team, multidisciplinary outreach team that is really well known throughout the county for assisting the homeless, as well as a CAT team. And so I think I can confidently say the Monterey Police Department is a role model of community policing without doubt. And I encourage everyone to read the annual report that you were talking about, because you will be absolutely amazed of the kind of the non-policing that our police department does, helping people, and you help people. And also when I have an opportunity to go to the awards ceremony, it's just amazing what your police department does to help people, talking youngsters off roofs and solving domestic violence and the sort of thing that just doesn't hit the headlines. So I'm very grateful for MPT.
Thank you. And I do want to just clarify, I said there's no surveillance. I was talking mostly about some of the biometric issues I think that we're talking about. There are on this list some drones that the SWAT team utilizes, both airborne drones as well as drones that we put into homes. But those are really the only items that are conducting any type of surveillance and tactical incidents and that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. For the sake of time, I want to make a motion to pass the first reading by title only of the ordinance regarding police department acquisition and use of military equipment and approve the military equipment use policy. Very thoughtfully and presented to us.
Second?
Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson.
Yes, as well. And again, stay in touch, take care of our website. And if you have thoughts, share them with us, because we're here to listen. Now we're going to adjourn, and it's very interesting. We started before our consent took quite a bit of time. So actually we're going to, and I'm going to borrow some of Ed's aspirin. So we'll be back at 7. And quite honestly, it's not a break, honestly. So we're probably going to be going from 4 to 11 nonstop for 7 hours. And so I would just encourage folks this evening, let's move along as well as we can, because the 2 items that we didn't get to, we'll just pick up at the end of the evening agenda. So we'll recess until 7. We'll see you all shortly.
And Mr. Mayor, we do recommend to make a motion to continue item number 23, the CDBG annual action plan, to the evening, since it was agendized for 4 o'clock.
Oh, we have to do that?
So for a roll call vote, if you would.
Okay, also move that we continue that 4 o'clock item to 7 o'clock.
What about 24?
24 can be continued without roll call vote.
Okay. Second.
Okay, roll call, please. State law again.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Again, we'll see you at 7. Enjoy your non-break. Whoops.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I was waiting for the magic words. Well, welcome back, everybody, to our evening session. The first thing I would like to do is invite all of you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. For those in the council chambers, there is a flag. For those Zooming this meeting, we'll have there it is, the flag on Colton Hall. So please join me, everybody. A Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and the very helpful city clerk, Clementine, reintroduce our caring city council, please.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Albert,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Williamson,
Here.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, I'm here as well. So we'll pick up with continued public comments, and this allows the public to speak on a maximum of 3 minutes on any subject which is within the jurisdiction of the Monterey City Council and not on the agenda. Again, we were a little confused this afternoon, so if you want to talk about an agenda item, please wait until that comes up later. And be sure to, if you'd like some response from our outstanding staff, you can leave a contact anytime you wish, and you can email at suggest@monterey.org, and we will absolutely, our excellent staff will absolutely get back to you. If you spoke this afternoon under public comments, that was your turn. This would be for people who have not had a chance to speak. Is there anyone in the city council chambers wanting to make a public comment not on the agenda?
We do not yet, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then do we have some folks on Zoom who would like to? Do we have anyone in the queue?
Yes, we do. I see Deanne Brady ready to speak. Oops.
Okay, here we go. Welcome.
I'm having a Zoom issue. Hang on a second. I'm gonna give this a try. Deanne, would you be able to unmute yourself? Deanne Brady?
Now?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Good evening to the mayor and council and city staff. I'm Deanne Brady, speaking on behalf of Cannery Row Business Association. We understand that the city is considering reducing the trolley service, the daily trolley service, and rather than doing it from Memorial Day to Labor Day, it's been reduced to, or it's being suggested to be reduced from late June to Labor Day, which is an abbreviated schedule. We feel very strongly that our summer season is Memorial Day to Labor Day, and it would be a negative impact to the city, not only for the visitors, but definitely for the residents if that trolley schedule is abbreviated. So we are strongly urging everyone to consider doing the trolley schedule full Memorial Day to Labor Day every day of the week. We've already seen a large uptick in our visitors back to Monterey, and if spring break was any indication how busy summer's going to be, it's definitely going to be needed to keep all of the cars on the other side of the tunnel and to reduce traffic into the neighborhoods and reduce people also parking in the neighborhoods. So I would please urge you to take this into consideration.
We just, I believe, lost her audio here in the chambers. I'm not sure if others can hear her.
No, we cannot. And that I can hear you, but
Deanne?
Yes.
You sort of trailed off and we thought we lost you. You have a little more to say, or was that the end of the comment?
Yeah, I'm not sure where you lost me. Did you get the end of it? Thank you for your time.
Oh.
That was amazing. We lost you where you offered.
Okay, well,
Could you hear me throughout?
Yes, we could.
right until the end.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. My computer is a little bit odd right now, but yes, thank you for your time was the end of it. So we are done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, there are no other hands raised at this time.
All right, then let's go to announcements from closed session, please. We did have an opportunity earlier today to discuss one item.
Yes, and the item was the conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, the city of Monterey versus Monterey Peninsula Airport District, Monterey County Superior Court case number 20CV002445. And on that item, on a roll call vote of 401 with council member Hoffa abstaining, the council gave confidential direction to its legal counsel. And the second item on labor negotiations was not heard.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go to presentations. I need to ask our high-class city managers, anyone in the council chambers there to receive the proclamation or any staff report before I read the proclamation?
Not currently in the chamber, no, Mr. Mayor. No one is in the chamber.
All right, so I think I can go directly to the proclamation, which would be my pleasure to read. Before I do that, I would highlight the value driver under the staff report, and that is this proclamation I'm going to share is consistent with the council's value driver, support efforts and policies that provide equitable access to affordable housing in Monterey and the region. And so with that, we have a proclamation to present, and that it commemorates the passage of the Fair Housing Act in April in 1968, a federal law. And I think the proclamation summarizes it quite well. So with your forbearance, I will share it with everyone. And that's a proclamation declaring April 2022 as Fair Housing Month. And whereas the city of Monterey celebrates the month of April as the anniversary of the establishment of the Fair Housing Act, this act outlines a national policy of fair housing for all individuals who live in the United States. Whereas the Fair Housing Act protects individuals from discrimination based on race, color, sex, disability, religion, family status, and national origin. And whereas the city of Monterey also prohibits discrimination based on these characteristics when individuals are renting or buying a home, receiving a mortgage, seeking housing assistance, or engaging in other housing related activities, a part of the city's affordable housing program. And whereas fair housing is essential to the ethical commitment of the city of Monterey and is crucial to serving our community. Therefore, we at the city of Monterey recognize the month of April as Fair Housing Month and promote an inclusive community devoted to fair housing. And so it's my pleasure on behalf of the City Council as mayor to proclaim April 2022 as Fair Housing Month, advocating for equal housing opportunities for all residents and prospective residents of the city of Monterey. So with that, we'll go to our first public hearing. And that's the first reading by title only of an ordinance amending Chapter 38 of the Monterey Code related to accessory dwelling unit development standards. This is not a topic that's new to us, but the Planning Commission and our very fantastic Community Development Department and the Planning Commission have been able to put together some regulations to help us go forward. So City Manager, please make the introductions.
Yeah, I apologize. Do you still want to talk about the proclamation? I apologize, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Malkin is here and she indicated she'd like to talk about the proclamation.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, let's go ahead and open the public comment. Yes.
If you allow.
Oh, absolutely. I'm remiss in not opening up to public comment, so we welcome it. Please go ahead.
Good evening. It is so weird to be here. I
know.
Very strange, but kind of not, because I've spent a lot of time here. So yeah, I'm happy to see that the city is making a proclamation about fair housing, but it really would be nice to see us do something that's actually more than just a proclamation. We know that in our city, it's 66% renters are the residents of the city. And those tend to be low income, which always are more affecting the minority population, as well as women, seniors, students, teachers, and everybody that makes our city so nice to live in. So by making a proclamation, it's not really going to help any of those. So I would like to challenge this council and staff and the incoming next council to make it a point that next April, to honor this proclamation, that you actually pass a policy, some policy that will help housing in this city for the majority of the residents of it. We cannot even get a conversation going about a rental registry, let alone take care of anything that has to do with the majority of these residents in our city. So the proclamation is all good and well, but it's time for this council and this city to actually do something more than just talk about housing and renter issues. So I will be back next April, and I will remind you all that I asked for hopefully some action instead of a proclamation then. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, there are no other public commenters here to speak on.
Okay. Thank you, Esther, and I'm glad you were in the chambers. We were there earlier this afternoon as well, and it is refreshing to see people in person. All right, so then I think we're ready to go ahead to, again, first reading by title only of an ordinance amending Chapter 38 of the Monterey City Code related to accessory dwelling unit development standards. So I'll refer to our city manager for presentation by his staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item has been vetted with the Planning Commission. They met, I believe, twice about this, and I think the Planning Commission did, together with the public and the staff, an excellent job in improving actually our existing ordinance as it pertains to the ADUs. And our Senior Associate Planner, Chris Schmidt, will present to you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Again, my name is Chris Schmidt. I'm a Senior Associate Planner for the city. Oh. This is. Okay, sorry about that. It's been a while since I've been here in person, and I'm happy to be here. So yes, again, my name is Chris Schmidt. I'm a Senior Associate Planner in the Planning Department. And we're looking at an amendment to the city's current ADU ordinance. Staff's recommendation is for the City Council to adopt the proposed amendment. So just a little bit of background. So in August of last year, the Planning Commission considered amendments to the ordinance. And then in September, they recommended an increase in height for second story ADUs from 20 feet to 25 feet, which would be consistent with the height limit in the R3 zone, the zone where second story ADUs are allowed. In November, the council adopted that ordinance at the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and it became effective in December. In that time between December and March, staff had spoken with a lot of potential applicants and now current applicants, and we did find some parts of our code that we're recommending today to be changed. So in March, the Planning Commission reviewed those changes and recommended adoption. So more background about the current ordinance. So the current ordinance allows ADUs to be developed at second story or above garages in the R3 zone only. That's our multifamily medium density residential district. Those second story additions would require approval by the Architectural Review Committee, as opposed to typical ADUs less than 16 feet, which do not require any approval from the Planning Division and only require a ministerial building permit. So ADUs exceeding 15 feet in height must comply with the city's lot coverage, floor area ratio, open space, and size requirements. Just for an example, in the R3 zone, these are anywhere from 35% to 40% for lot coverage and floor area. That's the percentage of the lot is lot size. That's how much floor area the property can have generally. And then the current ordinance also requires that roofs.
TV and watch basketball, or if you want, or anything. Just muted.
The ordinance requires that the roof slope and form match the primary structure, and that the city has the language regarding new or separate sewer laterals is a bit ambiguous. It says that the city may require a new or separate ADU sewer lateral. So we wanted to make some changes, further clarify that we also would like to allow construction of ADUs above carports. That was something that was not clearly defined, although I think it was possibly the intent. The next change would be allowing the exemption from lot coverage, floor area ratio, open space, and size requirements for ADUs up to 25 feet. As I mentioned, right now they only apply for ADUs 16 feet and lower. Again, only in the R3 zone, and I'll show a map where that zone is. Another issue we looked at was, some applicants did not necessarily, it was not desirable to design the roofs to match the home. In some cases there was a flat roof for the primary structure, and I'll show an example here. And applicants did not want to, or it was not practical based on topography to have a roof slope that matched the primary structure. And then lastly, we made the guidance on sewer laterals more clear that the city would require a new or separate sewer lateral unless they provide an inspection from a licensed plumber that proves the lateral meets city standards, and that's citywide. So as I mentioned, one of the major changes with this ordinance would be specific to the R3 zone. It would be for second story ADUs, allowing them at carports and allowing those development standard exemptions to apply for ADUs greater than 16 feet, up to 25 feet, which again is the standard height limit in the R3 zone. So these are the R3 zone lots. So just going into some examples why staff thought this was a practical amendment. So here we have a current application for this site, 522 Larkin Street. There's an existing duplex that fronts Larkin Street. You can see there's a flat roof, and then they have an existing garage at the rear, which has a gabled roof. The existing floor area ratio for the site exceeds the 35% maximum allowed in the R3 zone. And in this case, the applicant has decided that if he's unable to build a second story addition, thank you. That he would just simply resort to converting the garage, and it's not something that he wants to do. He wants to be able to provide covered parking and storage to his tenants. So this is something that seemed practical, and staff, after looking a lot more at the R3 zone lots, felt that a lot of these lots already exceed some of those development standard maximums and would therefore only be eligible for conversions of existing space. So here's the proposed ADU that this person would like to develop. Again, as I mentioned, the current code requirement is that the roof matches. This person wants to convert his existing gabled roof garage to a gabled 2-story garage with an ADU above. And so we have added this process that would allow applicants to apply for an exemption or an exception to this rule by going to ARC and requesting that the garage be different from the primary structure, but it still has to be compatible with the site and the neighborhood. And then just lastly, looking at this site again, the applicant has also given us this alternative design of a flat roof here. Really, it's not a flat roof; it's a shed roof, and that's really what they decided they wanted. They would basically not budge on a flat roof. Here's another example of a site where the current code would not allow a second-story ADU. The site appears to be over the FAR and lot coverage standard. FAR specifically is what would prohibit them from doing the second story, and they would have to convert existing space, likely the garage, and they would end up losing on-site covered parking. So I think the key here is with this development standard exemption, I think that initially when the Planning Commission and Council considered the second story ADUs, it was really to preserve the availability of street parking and allow people to continue to park on their sites. So this was a way that staff, after looking at more sites in the city, thought that this was appropriate. And then so I just wanted to reference one general plan policy from the housing element. This is a goal of the housing element, goal B. So it is to broaden the choice of rental housing types available to residents of Monterey in all price ranges and for family size, and for all family sizes, excuse me, while maintaining neighborhood compatibility and where possible using second units to encourage owner opportunities. So we hope that if people could develop these second units, it would allow them to possibly afford to own their own homes in the area while being able to use that supplemental rental income to pay down their home. We did receive 2 public comments at the Planning Commission hearing. The first from Sharon Dwight. Ms. Dwight had a concern for the visual effect of 25-foot ADUs above carports and garages. She also had concern for alternative roof designs, and then lastly requested notices for notices sent to neighbors for new ADUs. I just want to note that 25-foot tall ADUs are allowed. They do have to go to the ARC, so neighbors will be noticed if they live within 100 feet, or they will see. We require applicants to install story poles and orange netting, so that there's another form of noticing there as well. The second comment was from Nancy Sule, and she did request that the amendment text for the development standard exemptions be changed so that this only applies when the project does not remove parking. Again, staff recommends the council adopt these amendments, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
All right, Chris, thank you for the nice, concise report. Council questions before we go to the public?
I have a question, Mayor. I've got a couple of questions.
All right, Councilmember Dan, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Additional housing on the peninsula, especially when it comes to ADUs and R3s. I agree with that. I do have a question about ADUs in above garages. I understand the staff's recommendation is to make sure that we keep the cars off the street and we have parking available for the tenants that live on the site. Once the ADU is built, can the owner of the apartment or the triplex or duplex, can they convert that garage to an ADU after the ADU is built, or is that garage will always be a garage?
That's a good question. I think there are circumstances where that could be done. For a single family dwelling lot, a lot that contains a single family dwelling, they're allowed an ADU and a JADU. So they could potentially convert a garage to a JADU. They will still have to be able to provide on-site parking. It doesn't have to be covered parking, but it still has to meet I believe it still has to meet our front yard setback. Alternatively, Lots with multifamily buildings are treated a little bit differently. They are allowed to have up to 25% of the total number of units converted. So basically, let me put it this way. If there were a 20 unit apartment building, they could build 4, so 25% of those 20 units, they could build 4 ADUs in space that is not currently used as housing. And that could be garage space or something similar. Alternatively, they can build 2 detached ADUs on their lot. And I think, they feasibly could do a similar thing where they have an ADU above a garage and an ADU conversion of a garage as well. And that's actually, I believe, required by the state. But our city chooses either or for multifamily sites, where the state says jurisdictions can choose. We've chosen one or the other, if that makes sense. And I'm sorry, I can.
No, that makes sense. It answers my question. I'm going to jump to R1s out of R3s for a second, because it just triggered a question I had about the height. In R1s, an ADU cannot go higher than 16 feet. Is that
correct?
Okay. So, but if you were building an addition to your house, you can go to 25 feet in an R1.
Correct.
Okay. So if someone builds something above a garage, calls it an addition, and then 2 or 3 years down the road decides to turn it into an ADU, can they do that?
I don't believe there's an issue with that. Prior to the 2020 amendments, we did have people who did that. They did a second story addition and then later permitted it as an ADU and created separate access and stuff like that.
Now you can see where, even though it says you can only go to 16 feet, but if you build an addition to 25, what's the length of time before you can convert that into an ADU? And essentially you're jumping over the ordinance, actually.
Sure.
So just a question just came up in my mind when we were talking about 16 to 25. Thank you. That's the only questions I had, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions from the council?
Mayor, if I could just tag along to Dan's original question. Chris, you were just describing how the state law allows multifamily residential to add 25% of the current units. So if they're taking those parking requirements, let's say they're required to have 1.5 parking spaces per unit. They don't have to meet that requirement anymore if they're able to move forward with those 25% of the units.
Right.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, I think on that, including junior ADUs, as I understand, need to have a parking place, but a regular ADU, even in single family, does not. Is that right, Chris?
That's correct. So it depends on whether or not there is there are a bunch of different qualifiers, and I think throughout our city there are very few areas where parking would actually be required. And specifically, that's when there's a bus stop near 1.5 mile, parking cannot be required, replacement parking.
Yes, well, I've got the floor. I'm going to take everybody back to 1981. I know you always love it when I reminisce, so I'll try to keep it up. And then I can remember when we had apartment standards and next to R1 districts, and the people in New Monterey especially got very, very, very concerned. We had single family dwellings and then contingent to R3, and R3 apartments at that time were permitted to be 3 stories. So we actually did a apartment moratorium and rewrote all of our apartment standards. So that's why we have 2-story apartments at this point. And although we recently went up to 4 stories in East Downtown to allow for more housing and density. The point there is that the planning commissioner staff consider R3 when it's right next to an R1 zone. And the point there again is privacy, loss of use, etc.
That's a good question, Mayor. We didn't specifically consider when an R3 was adjacent to an R1.
Well, it'd be something I think worth talking about after we have public comment. Okay, anyone, Alan, Councilmember Allen, Councilmember Ed, any questions at this point?
No questions.
Not
Okay.
at this time, thanks.
All right, then let's go out to, again, thanks, Chris, hang out. We might have some questions the public would like answered. Go ahead. To public comment. Anyone in the council chambers wanted to talk about these amendments to ADUs in R3 zones?
No one in the chamber.
Thank you. And how about in the queue? Do we have hands raised on our Zoom?
No hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, interesting. Back to the council then. If you don't mind, I don't know, I'm just kind of exploring. Is there a case for R3s, these amendments maybe being further refined if the R3s are adjacent to R1 neighborhoods? If I'm the only one concerned about that, we can let it go. And it probably might not happen that much, but do we have any reaction to that from our staff or council members?
I have concern about that also, Mayor. I can see neighbors a little upset with a 3-story right next to their single-story home. I can see that being a problem.
Okay.
So could we go back to the map, the R3s? And on the line of the R3s possibly being close to an R1, we know what occurs. We know that there may be some areas of conflict, but do we have a sense of how many potential conflicts we may? Do we have an idea of how many potential conflicts we might have with R3 to R1?
So I would actually like to go back and ask, maybe if I could ask the mayor to clarify, are you also considering single family dwellings in the R3 zone as well, in addition to bordering R3, R1?
No,
zone?
the issue that was brought up 40 years ago that I still think probably applies, and that is apartments, R3s next to R1. So you're basically going to talk about backyards, front yards, probably. I'm not talking about single family already in R3s.
Sure. Okay. So I can briefly describe where the R1 zones are in the city. So if we start in New Monterey, it's directly west of the orange is all, and then kind of next to the other orange areas is all
Right.
R1. In Old Town, it's also the west areas as well. In the Monterey Vista and kind of Skyline areas that's surrounding that orange R3 zone. I don't think there's any R1 zone over by MPC. And then there's some, a small number of R3 zone lots in the neighborhoods on both sides of North Fremont Street.
Yes. And as I was pointing out, my experience was in New Monterey, which is, as you can see, okay.
Mayor, if I have a comment on that, just real quickly.
Mhm.
I think where the problem would be, even if it's on a hill, I understand that there'd probably be some views that would be blocked, but another place would be that if you're allowing a 4-foot setback and you have a 3-foot building, or a 3-story building right next to a residence, that wall will be pretty close to your own house if there's a setback of only 4 feet. That was the part I was talking about.
Mhm.
Is there a possible way to, this has already gone through a long process and gone back to the planning commission. So we're here faced with a choice of approving or denying a proposed modification. So I'm just processing this. If we had an alternative motion to say that we're concerned about the impact to an R1 when there's an R3 on the edge of it, how would we resolve that? What, from a staff perspective, where would we go from here to resolve that, considering that we've got applicants right now and we've already had this go through the planning commission? And I think the piece of legislation here makes sense. I think the process has served us well, but I don't want to see it get sidetracked. But I'd like to hear the thoughts of what the potential choices would be for us to, move this and approve this, and then also look at the other possibility of a conflict we're trying to avoid.
Sure. So I think that the council could consider simply saying that this exemption does not apply when the R3 R3 zone lot is directly adjacent to an R1 lot. You know, I don't know if I would go so far to say when it's across the street of one, but we could say that as well. You know, I look at it in terms of, you know, if there was water, and we think about this a lot in the city of Monterey Planning Office, how would development occur at all these R3 lots? And what I envision is a lot of what New Monterey already looks like that would expand in Old Town and a lot of these other areas. And so to have a small 800 square foot ADU, I think it still allows a lot of these lots to create view corridors. Obviously, views are not the primary concern here. It's neighboring our R1 lots. So, you know, it's hard to say what can be done. I will say that the current ordinance does require when a property is within, I believe, when an ADU is within, I want to say 5 or 10 feet. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, that windows have to be either opaque, they can be fogged, or they'll have to be a type of transom style window, so 6 feet or higher. So there are some protections when an ADU is close to property lines to preserve the privacy of neighbors, and that's not specific to the R3 or R1 zone. It's for these second story ADUs.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may make a suggestion, I think council, if it's the council's pleasure, I think you're raising a good point. What I suggest is, if that is okay with the council, to consider passing the ordinance as we are proposing it right now, parallel giving staff direction to come back with something that addresses the conflict between R1 and R3 zones as discussed, and allow us to think it through and bring it to the planning commission and then bring it back to you. And then, as we stated in this, in the preamble to this agenda report, what we are doing is basically a normal process that we are improving our product here, in this case, the ADU ordinance. So if the majority of the council would like to do that, I would still say the current product will improve abilities for certain folks to create ADUs, but clearly give us direction to look into that conflict as described by the mayor and echoed by some other council members.
Yeah, okay, Councilmember Allen.
I mean, typically things have more than one reading. Is that the process for something like a zoning change like this? And if we were to follow the city manager's advice, if in the meantime somebody adjacent to an R1 put in a proposal, would that be in a kind of basically override the council's wishes, assuming it is the council's wishes to protect R1s?
Chrissy, do you want to answer that? Thank you.
Sure. Yes, I'll unraise my hand here. Yes, Councilmember Hoffa, if after the second reading, this ordinance would go into effect in 30 days, and then any properties with applications in the queue at that time would be following the law at that time. So what I would suggest is that if council isn't ready to pass this as drafted tonight and would like staff to look into this some more, I think we should do that and then come back with alternatives if there are alternatives, because I would like more time to study the suggestion to see if it's feasible.
And that way, rather than refer it to the planning commission, we would go to staff and come back to the council. And that way this ordinance can get on the books. So if there are people in the queue ready to build, they don't have to wait an inordinate amount of time, is your point, I think.
Well, there'll be a delay either way, I think, if there's
Right.
no action tonight. But the final product might be more along the lines of what you're looking for.
Yes.
Right now, we have projects that would benefit from the current ordinance as drafted. So we would delay those projects further. So I still favor to pass this ordinance as described and let us go back ASAP to fix the R3, R1 issue. Because we would delay actual projects that we know we have in the permitting process right now.
Well, that would be one way to approach it. Another way would simply to adopt this ordinance. But as Chris said very simply, is it would not apply to, we would not exempt R3, which is right next to an R1 property. And that shouldn't stop anybody in their process that you know of. Do you know if any of these properties are right next to an R1?
They're
That are in
not.
the queue?
They are not, Mayor.
Okay, so either way, we'd be all right, I think. Alan, I'm sorry, you had your hand up, Councilmember.
I was going to ask the same thing, if any of the projects that are sort of in the pipeline are immediately adjacent to R1s. And so, you know, if given that apparently is not the case, I might be more comfortable approving this and then giving staff direction to come back with a revision as soon as possible.
Okay, that's good. Another way, and I can go with that. I can also go with just right as this evening, just simply saying if you're next to R1, you don't get the exemption.
Yeah, I guess I'm not clear why we can't do that. Is that illegal, Chrissy?
I would like time to check.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'm fully understanding the scope of the problem, and if there's single family residences and an R3, I think the council suggesting it would not apply in that circumstance.
Right.
And so we just want to make sure we're not doing some sort of spot zoning. There has to be, you know, the R3 zoned properties really should be treated the same unless if there's justification. So I think I would like time to study that if I have that time.
If I can make a comment that just like R1 that either buys a house or builds a house next to a school or an airport, they know that there's an R3 right next to their property. So with that knowledge, they know that there's a possibility that that property could be built with 2 stories. I mean, that is I just don't personally, if the staff comes back with a solution to this, man, you guys are geniuses. Because I don't know.
Well, I think is the council weighing more important the parking or lack of parking. So in other words, if there's an R3 adjacent to an R1, the council is saying they are prioritizing the view or the roof height over losing parking spaces, because the garages could be converted and then the parking would be lost. And then you'd have more cars parking next to the R1. And if that's the intention and the priority, that's great. But those are some things we'd want to look at.
Well, as was pointed out earlier, when Councilmember Dan asked the question, someone could build an ADU over a garage in an R3 zone, and then a year later convert the garage to an ADU. Let's quit fooling ourselves, and there'll be no parking.
So if I may jump in, Mayor?
Absolutely.
I'm wondering if we can move forward with approving this tonight, seeing that it's clear that there is no projects currently in the queue that are going to be affected by the concerns that that you all are raising, and then this can come back. My hope is that we just focus on very discrete scenarios as opposed to painting a wider brush so that it's more specific, because I don't imagine that this will be a problem in every single adjacent property to an R1. And I don't want to have the city take a path where we're being restrictive around adding units into the city.
I hear that, but you weren't there in 1981 when I was dodging pitchforks and torches.
We might be able to write into the code, because we're not required by law to allow this height, a restriction that if you're gonna have the height of 25 feet, a condition of approval will be that the garage will not subsequently be converted, that they're gonna agree to that if we're giving them this extra under the law. So I can look into that too. We might be able to write that in here.
Okay.
You
Well, I
mean,
certainly understand what you're saying. And Alan, as you were pointed out, we could pass this ordinance with the understanding we want to come back and look at impacts on R1 and also the lack of parking, et cetera, loss of parking that city attorney pointed out. In fact, I'll make that motion.
I'll
I'll
second,
second.
Okay.
but I do have a comment
Yes, please.
right here. So not to find solutions, but could it be that the R3s that are adjacent to R1s be under the restriction of 16 feet instead of 25? Just the ones that are adjacent to it. That's just for you staff to think
Yeah,
about.
that could be good.
So that would be as it is currently written, basically.
Yeah, that's the current.
Right, exactly. Without this. Yeah, only the ones that are lined up.
But again, then we're creating a circumstance where that might not be an
Feasible.
issue for a property in R3 zone that's adjacent to an R1.
Just giving them ideas.
No, for sure, for sure.
All right.
What's the motion, Mayor?
Yeah, can we get the motion again?
Yeah, the motion was to adopt the ordinance with the direction to staff to come back with recommendations on R3 next to R1, adjacent to R1, and whether these exemptions should apply to that or not.
Could I
Or,
just,
quite honestly, I think we need to, yeah, that's basically the motion, to give the staff the ability to reflect what I hear the majority of the council saying. We're concerned about the impacts on R1 with this exemption. Is that clear, Danny?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I
Could-
clarify one thing? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, I
Go
was
ahead,
just, I was just gonna ask if we could have alternatives. So it's not just one recommendation. I think having at least 2 or 3 alternatives so that we can
Yeah.
have some options to choose from instead of, it seems like there is a varying
Yeah.
degree of how this could go, and it could be very restrictive to how Dan pointed out, to maybe something more moderate. So I'm just wondering if that could be an option.
Sure. That would be something, yeah. And so staff heard that direction.
Or then
Councilmember Ed?
they could come back with just one and we could add 5 like we normally do.
We'll bring it back as a second reading, but not under consent, and then we'll have alternatives available. So it could be modified at the second reading. And then it would come back again for a second reading if there's changes.
Good.
Yeah.
And I want to thank our council for just listening to my point that I was making just historically. And again, I'm open to seeing what comes back and what's feasible. So
Additional comment. One more comment, Mayor?
yes, please, Ed.
Yeah, I just want to say that, this has been a long journey as we've looked at this. The statutorily, the ADU stuff came to us a couple years ago, but we're constantly looking at the land use, as I mentioned earlier this afternoon, the land use complexities and how we make the decisions to together find the right policy. I want to say the people that have been at the lead of this is our planning department, our planning director and economic development planning director, but also the planning commission, because they're really getting into the math of the policy. And so much very appreciate all the work that they've done to get us here. And I think collaboratively, we're getting this better and better. So the community benefits, but thank you very much for the planning commissioners and the staff that's worked on this.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Ed. Very good point.
Mayor, if I could add a last comment here too,
Sure.
in that, I think it's the folks that came to you in the 80s with the pitchforks that have led to a lot of the problems that we're seeing today with the pent up demand. And so now we're having this crisis, if you will, in trying to solve some of these issues. And I don't think people have come out with pitchforks when the state came down with us having to update our ordinance to allow for additional flexibilities in regards to ADUs. So I think we need to be progressive and creative in the solutions that we have towards adding units to market. And not everybody's going to be happy, but it can't be at the expense of the vulnerable folks in our community that maybe have lived here for generations and can't find it affordable to live here. So I'm happy that we're going in this direction. I just cautious us not to be too restrictive as we move forward.
I think the pitchforks come out when they start building.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Councilmember Tyler, I appreciate that, but at the time, and I think it still applies today, this was a question of quality of life. Someone all of a sudden, whether you're in an apartment or a single family, we have to think about the people who live here. All of a sudden, there was a 3-story apartment 6 feet away from their home. And so I have empathy for people who've lived here for generations and have seen the quality of life deteriorate. I'm not saying ADUs will do that, but I don't want to point fingers at people who want to maintain their quality of life here in the city of Monterey.
Well, I think I'm getting to the exact same problem that you're identifying, Mayor. I think it's just a matter of whose quality of life and how do you define that, right? So if you're talking about the quality of life for the people that are finding it increasingly unaffordable to live here, you know, that's not a good quality of life to be struggling and trying to get by paycheck to paycheck just because somebody's concerned about an apartment complex next to their property that's in an R3 zone. I mean, it's zoned for that. And so for us to be restrictive in an area that allows for that, I just want us to be cautious of it. And I completely understand what you're saying. I understand the concerns from those in the community that are worried about multiple stories going up next to their property. It's just how else do we solve this in a community that is kind of already built out? There's not a lot of land to develop on. And as we heard earlier today, we have to find a way of adding 3,600 units into the city of Monterey. So how do we do that? We have to be creative, and being restrictive isn't necessarily going to help us be creative in finding those solutions.
Yes, I hear that, but you know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at taking care of the people who live here already and also the people who want to live here. And that's why I think this motion accomplishes that. It takes care of everybody. Roll call.
Yep.
Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Can we just restate what the motion now is? Is it the adopt as I proposed, adopt the existing ordinance, have a second reading and then come back with alternatives, or what?
Yes, well, as outlined by, as I heard Chrissy talking, what we would do would be adopt the first reading. And then when we looked at the second reading, there would be alternatives to R3 adjacent to R1, possible alternatives to make sure it's compatible for both groups. That's what I was hearing. Is that correct, City Attorney?
That's correct. It doesn't mean those alternatives would be adopted. So the ordinance as passed tonight may pass as written at a second reading. Alternatively, if there's other suggestions that end up being feasible that the council prefers, those could be adopted instead at the second reading. And so the only distinction is normally we have second readings on the consent agenda, and we would not have it on consent because clearly there needs to be more discussion.
Okay.
My only concern is, if I may say so, that if we adopt changes, the question then comes up: is this a substantial change to the first reading or not? And does it require another second reading?
It would. It would require, if there's any changes as they're suggesting, it would be considered substantial and it would need another reading.
So that would delay the projects that we have in the pipeline right now, definitely by another 2 weeks or 4 weeks. So I just want council to be aware of that.
Can I make a comment, Mayor?
Yes, please.
On the motion, I think I support the motion. It's in its spirit, but I think I know what you're trying to do. And I agree that we want to resolve potential conflicts if we can. But I think staff has asked for, and our city attorneys asked for, some time to good ideas. And as Dan said, they're going to come back because they're going to be geniuses. I just think that this is a good ordinance as it is now.
Mhm.
And resolving the conflicts between R3s and R1s is kind of a whole new matter that I think is worthy of us to take up. But I don't know if it can be resolved in the next 30 days. So I wouldn't see a delay. But another approach is to pass this as it is, do the second reading, knowing that we'll likely have ideas that will come back and would require substantial modification and then another reading. So why not do that action separate that comes back from staff and then address that when it's the right time, so we do not delay any of the potential projects that are now in the queue. And staff has already indicated that all of them are not adjacent to R1s and R3s, and staff's recommendation, or staff's saying that he doesn't think that those are in conflict with R3 and R1 as they are now.
Right. So Ed, as I hear you saying, your suggestion, we pass the ordinance, then separately ask our staff to come back at a later time to see if we need to have another separate ordinance that applies to R3 next to R1.
Yeah, correct. And that's to get it right and clear. So for those that are trying to interpret it and design and do the application, they clearly know where that conflict cannot be, and they know the rules of the game.
Well, maybe you're the genius. I'm fine with altering my motion to reflect what you're talking about. I don't know who the seconder was if you're comfortable with that.
However, sorry, if we do put this ordinance into effect, we already discussed that there may be projects in the next 3 to 4 weeks, knowing that there could be a good possibility that the R3s next to R1s may change. They'll get that project in, and because we've already approved the ordinance, they'll be grandfathered in.
They'll need a building permit. So if they don't get a building permit before the additional revisions, if there are additional revisions, they won't be grandfathered in. So
I think Ed's suggestion allows for this ordinance to go forward. It allows people, just a moment, I'll get you next. It allows the ordinance to go forward, then it gives everybody enough time to see if we need another ordinance that's specific to R3s next to R1s. It seems like it makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Alan, for waiting. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we can really discuss that we're going to approve this at the second reading. I mean, there's reasons you have a first and a second reading.
Yeah.
And the reason you do it is because new ideas may come up, new information may surface. It gives the public more time to find out what is being proposed. So all we can really do is say, we're prepared to approve this tonight. And we also want staff to look into some of these issues relating to R3s adjacent to R1s. It may be that there will be some alternatives that staff will be able to bring back at the second reading. There may not be. There may not be time.
Right.
We don't know. If there are, I don't see why we'd want to say, nope, we're going to decide now. We're already passing the second reading. That doesn't make sense. And I don't think, and we just got to deal with what we're dealing with now. And we give that additional direction. And maybe it comes back in time for the second reading, or maybe it doesn't, but we'll figure it out then.
Okay, I like it. So that's the original motion. So we'll stay with that. Okay, roll call, please.
Do you need a clear? Yeah.
Nope.
We're good. We're good for a vote?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, thank you for that stimulating discussion and good luck to our staff. I think that takes care, as I'm looking at the evening public hearings and presentations, so we can go back to our where we left off in this afternoon, and that would be with item 23, and that's the annual action plan for community development block grant funds. I'm sorry, funds. So let's go ahead, Hans, let's go back to item 23, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that the council year after year sees, and we have provided periodic updates. And our housing analyst, yes, Grant Leonard, will present.
That's right. Thank you, Council and Mayor. Allow me 1 second to share my screen. So my system is informing me I need to make changes to my system preferences. So is it possible to have our city clerk or someone in the chambers share the presentation?
I can do that, Grant. Just if you bear with me for a moment, I'll get your presentation queued up here. Just 1 moment. All righty, here we go. Just let me know when to advance.
Thank you, Nat. I really appreciate you helping out and clutch performance here. So tonight we have our annual public hearing to approve our annual action plan for a community development block grant program. This is for fiscal year 22-23. So next slide. Why community development block grants? Well, it's an excellent source of funding to complete community-oriented projects and programs. That includes everything from park repairs, as you see here for the improved Montecito Park, or improvements to the homeless shelter on Pearl Street, as well as support for our affordable housing programs and funding for our community nonprofits. Next slide, please. The annual action plan is fundamentally a 1-year budget that lists the programs that we're going to do, but also how much funding we expect. And this year we are expecting to receive $263,000 in a direct entitlement grant from the federal government. But as a complement to that, our program also generates what's called program income. And that's from sales of affordable housing units. It's from ground leases on hotels that we've helped develop in the past. So over the years, the program has built a portfolio of investments that then produce program income. And that is a much larger share of our budget. $900,000 is what we're anticipating to earn this year, for a total budget of $1.16 million. Next slide, please. So where we are in the schedule, this is a long process to develop this plan. It includes quite a bit of public outreach. We started in December with our community outreach and releasing the notice of funding availability for our nonprofits to submit applications to our program. Those were due in January 6th, and on February 1st, we held a required meeting where those nonprofit applicants provided a presentation to our review committee. On March 18th, we released the draft plan for a mandatory 30-day review, which is public review period, which is closing today. On April 12th, it was presented to the Planning Commission, where they reviewed it and provided no further direction other than to recommend council approval. And tonight, we're holding our second public hearing to review the plan before the council. After this, we will submit it to our friends at the Department of Housing and Urban Development for their approval, and we'll begin delivering the projects and programs on July 1st of this year for the new fiscal year. Next slide. Our plan covers 4 main areas. That's our public service grant program, which supports nonprofits, infrastructure grants, which support either public park improvements or facility improvements for the nonprofits. Our housing preservation program, which covers everything from our first-time homebuyer program to our home repair grants, known as the Mr. Fix-It program. And finally, we have planning and administration, which covers our work towards creating new affordable housing and also administering these programs you see on the screen. There are certain funding limits attached to 2 categories. Public service grants are limited to 15% of our total budget, and planning and administration is limited to 20%. And the other 2 categories do not have a funding constraint. Next slide. This is an example of the broad array of nonprofits we can support. Everyone from fair housing to services for the seniors, food bank, which provides services to a number of other nonprofits such as Gathering for Women and Meals on Wheels. We also provide grants to court-appointed special services for youth in the court system and legal services for seniors. So if you're a nonprofit serving the community of Monterey, you're likely going to be eligible for this grant program. Next slide. This year, we received applications from 10 nonprofits: Alliance on Aging, court-appointed special advocates. Community Human Services submitted 2 grants applications, one for CHS Safe Place, the youth homeless shelter, and one for the new family homeless shelter in Seaside, which is Casa de Noche Buena. Also the food bank, Gathering for Women, Interim Inc., one of their facilities we see pictured here on the screen. Legal services for seniors, the Josephine Kearns Memorial Pool, and Meals on Wheels. And our total funding allocation here is $172,000, and grants range between $10,000 and $20,000, depending on the applicant. For our public infrastructure, we have 2 levels of projects. A tier 1 project is shovel ready, means it's likely going to be constructed within the fiscal year. That's very important because we are obligated to spend our grant funds within the fiscal year. And we received 1 application for that category. It's from Meals on Wheels of the Monterey Peninsula, and it is to provide new equipment for a new community kitchen. They are expanding their services on the peninsula and in the city of Monterey. And our grant would fund a portion of that improvement for $100,000. The second tier program, which would be a backup project, is actually from our City Parks Department. And it would be ADA improvements to Laguna Grande Park to improve access for people with ADA accessibility issues. And that's $60,000. So we'll have that in our back pocket, ready to fund if we receive additional funding and that project's ready to construct. So in total, we're recommending $100,000 for these projects in the plan. Next slide. Our housing preservation program is the largest share, approximately half of our budget. And that's because it supports up to 10 grants a year for low-income homeowners, allowing them to age in place. Pictured on the screen is a bathroom repair project. It's very typical for our program to remove old tubs and replace them with walk-in showers so people can get in and out of their showers more easily. And that would be 10 grants per year between our Mr. Fix-It program, homeless safety program, and home accessibility program. For folks who have greater need to repair their homes, say a new roof or something along that line that's very expensive, we have a major home loan program, and we're expecting 1 to 2 loans per year. And finally, we help fund our purchase and resale program for the inclusionary housing program with this program. So we will buy a low-income home that is being sold back to the city, do the necessary repairs on it, new paint, new carpet, and then also resell it to someone on our wait list who's a qualified low-income buyer. So the total for these projects is $658,000. Next slide. Finally, we provide technical assistance to all of our grantees. We ensure our program is in compliance with the myriad of HUD regulations. So we always get a clean audit every year. We conduct additional outreach to identify new housing projects and to support new services for the homeless. And we collaborate with other regional agencies to ensure that we're meeting the needs for the affordable housing needs of the area, as well as the homeless services needs. And our 20% cap for this budget is $232,000. And with that, that is the overview of our plan for this coming year. And we're ready to take questions or comments from the council as well as the public.
Thank you. Questions from the council before we go to the public, please?
Yeah, Mayor, I just have a question in regards to the loans for the low income. I think it was the last slide.
Yes.
Matt, could you go back to the last slide?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering, how does that work? So does the city acquire the loan for them, or do they have to apply for the loan? And is it a low interest loan? How does that work?
Exactly. So it's the same application as a grant for home repairs. But when the funding limit is reached for the grant, we ask the homeowner, are you interested in a loan? And it's a direct loan from the city. So we're acting as the bank. And it is secured with low interest, simple interest, non-compounding. So 3% annually on the base loan. And it has no need to be repaid until transfer of title. So if somebody doesn't want to make payments, they just want to have their estate pay for it when they pass on, or pay for it from the proceeds of their house if they decide to move into, say, a retirement community or with a family member. They don't need to repay our construction loan until the title is transferred. And it's secured with a deed of trust against the property. So whenever that transfer happens, the title company notifies the city if the owner hasn't already, and we collect on the loan.
Thank you, Grant. That's it for me.
Oh, good question. Thank you. Any other council questions before we go to the public? All right, let's go to public comment. Anyone in the council chambers?
No one here in the council chambers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone in the queue on Zoom, please?
No hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So is the council ready to make a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, without further discussion, I would guess, good work, Grant. Made it very clear. Thank you so much. Let's do roll call.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, that's passes 5-0. And of course, as Councilmember Ed had said earlier, kudos and appreciation to staff and planning commission who can get into the details and present such a nice, clean package to the council for final approval. All right, public appearance item is 24, report on public banking and receive direction on whether to express interest in the participation in a Central Coast public banking viability study. All right, to our high-class city manager, who's, I think, going to introduce our incredible finance director, Rafaela, and we'll have a presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was brought forward to you, I believe, sometime last year, and then we asked for some time to put it all together. And our finance director, Rafaela King, will present to you our report about public banking, yes or no, pros and cons.
You're muted, Rafaela.
I think that helps. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Hans. Council members, let me just share my screen so we can go ahead and just jump right in. Okay, just making sure. Are you seeing the slideshow?
Yes, we see the templates.
Yes.
It's not the show yet.
Yeah, perfect.
There you
Okay. So as Hans just mentioned, we came back, I believe it was in November, and we wanted to bring you back some more information on public banking. So just an overview of public banking. So in 2019, Governor Newsom signed the AB 857, which enabled California cities and counties to form public banks. And these are locally controlled fiscal institutions, and what it allows is for the municipalities, revenues such as their taxes and fees and other reserves can be deposited there. The creation of AB 857 was motivated by a political intent to create an alternative banking system to the existing Wall Street banking system. So exactly what is public banking in California? So it's a financial institution where owners are the state, municipality, or public actors. It's an enterprise under government control, and it's in California, it's pursuant to AB 857, which means they follow those rules. Public banks are also lending depository institutions with a nonprofit public purpose responsive to local needs. But also they must be either a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation or a nonprofit public benefit corporation that is wholly owned by the local agency or a group of local agencies that are operated in the best interest and the public interest. So they differ from existing financial institutions in that the purpose of the public banks is to serve the needs of the communities that they're accountable to, rather than seeking the greatest profits for private shareholders. So this is just a little sample of the differences. So if you look at public banking versus private banking, so public bankings are owned by the community or by the people in the state and community. So private banks are owned by private parties. Public banks generate new revenues for public bodies, the cities, counties, and states, whereas private banking generates profits for their shareholders. Public banking, they lower debt costs for local governments, where the flip side of that, of course, is private banking. They charge compounded interest, and that raises costs anywhere from 40 to 50%. Private banking also periodically, they call in loans that causes bankruptcy, foreclosures, joblessness, and possibly bad credit for people. Whereas public banking, they're looking to build up small businesses and strengthen the community banks. They also provide accountability, transparency, and prudent risk management, whereas in private banking, they're looking at speculative derivatives, commodities, and they hide their risk. And the large banks, they're kind of designed to squeeze out the smaller banks. They also invest in overseas industries that compete with the local industries, while public banking, they invest in local businesses. And so they're self-funding, public banks are self-funding and they're self-sustaining. And then for private banking, it's still dependent on bailouts from Federal Reserve when things get a little rough. So how do they work? So first of all, they're controlled by and principally funded by a government body rather than by private investors. AB 857 allows municipalities to deposit their funds into public banks, and then that allows them to remove their dollars from the private banks. And then the public banks go in for needed community improvements such as affordable housing, climate resilient infrastructure, and small business support. And they do it at a low interest rate due to their low overhead. Also, their profits can be returned to the municipality's general fund. They act sort of like a mini Federal Reserve for the region, so they are able to assist local banks by guaranteeing loans. And due to the partnerships they have with the smaller banks and credit unions, the public banks are able to, they'll enable funding for local projects at a lower cost. So I want to go over a couple of perspectives, both in favor and on the opposition of public banks, just to tell you what's kind of what's out there. So policymakers in favor, policymakers can create public sector banks to reduce costs of government services and infrastructure. They can protect and aid local banks. They offer banking services to people and entities that are underserved by the private sector banking, promote particular kinds of economic development, reflecting the community's shared notion of social good. Public banks have the potential to enhance city revenue, as well as they may provide financing for, again, like we talked about, projects that might not normally be funded. Also, without the shareholders, a public bank can also be profitable and facilitate funds for impactful projects. More available capital may flow towards needed community development. Flexible underwriting and reasonably priced capital can foster infrastructure improvements. They encourage affordable housing markets, and they also help attract new businesses and retain existing businesses. Some of the same perspectives in opposition of public banking. Some of those are public banks will require significant investment by the city to provide the initial capital to start the bank. And then significant risk is associated with being in the money lending business, potentially a sizable operating cost. Cities are ill-equipped to enter the banking business. It could be decades before such a bank could even break even. And politics could drive the lending decisions. A public bank could put at risk funds that have been set aside to fund critical infrastructure, social programs, and pension obligations. The credit risk of loans to small businesses and small nonprofits, which are subject to a higher level of default. Raising startup capital could be difficult, as well as acquiring a banking license and deposit insurance. And lastly, again, political influence and agendas might lead taxpayer dollars to be invested in projects that are not financially feasible or sustainable. So I want to talk about the Central Coast agencies that are currently already expressing interest. So 10 out of the 35 counties and cities on the Central Coast have expressed formal interest in participating in a viability study for a regional bank. So those 10 cities include County of Santa Cruz, County of Monterey, County of Santa Barbara, City of Santa Cruz, City of Capitola, Watsonville, Scotts Valley, Delray Oaks, Seaside, and Salinas. So just to give you some financial updates and consideration. So Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors taking the lead on developing funding for a viability study. Monterey County estimated that the study will cost between $100,000 and $500,000. Santa Barbara County is willing to contribute $225,000. And this study for Central Coast has not been begun yet and is contingent on the other Central Coast agencies expressing an interest so that a financial plan can be developed. So the recommendation here is that the City Council receive the report on the current status of the public banking and determine whether or not to formally express initial interest in the Central Coast Public Banking Viability Study, and also that the City Council gives staff direction on how to proceed. That is my quick and dirty report.
Well, thank you, Rafaela. You probably are now an expert on public banks, and people will be calling you for your expertise. There you go. Very good. Could you go back to the slide of people who have expressed interest in the study, please?
First one or the second one?
No, the list of entities who said they were interested. Now, I think you said the County of Santa Barbara said they would contribute up to 25,000.
Yes, I sent a message over to the Board of Supervisors and for the County of Santa Cruz. And so what they replied back to is that Santa Barbara has committed to 25,000 contributing, and then the Monterey actually has done the research. Well, not the research, but they estimate the cost is going to be between 100 and 500,000.
Right. And I don't expect that you would know this because it's a tough question. Do we know if the County of Monterey put any money down on the table? Did Seaside or Delray Oaks put any money on the table other than expressing support for the study?
Based on the information that I got back from Santa Cruz, it didn't sound like she had, because she volunteered the information of who put money down and how much it would cost, and that they were really just waiting for others to express interest so that they can put a financial plan together to tell how much it would cost per agency.
Oh, so there has, other than Santa Barbara, there's been no money commitment, in other words. Is that fair to say?
I will say that she did not tell me anyone else, so I would say yes.
Aha. Okay. Thank you. Other questions before we go out to the public, then back for our discussion?
What is also interesting on this list yet is what is not on the list yet, which are cities of San Luis Obispo, city of Santa Barbara. So I just want to point that out, that there are some major player missing on that list yet.
Okay, thanks. Council questions from our outstanding financial director? No? Okay, let's find out if we have public participation, please. Anyone in the council chambers who wished to speak on this?
Yeah, we have Mr. Riley here, Mayor.
Okay, well, welcome, George.
Mayor, City Council. George Riley, I'm a volunteer with the organizing group that's been advocating for a feasibility study.
We can't hear him real well.
Yeah, George, can you get a little closer to the microphone for us, please?
Actually, your assistant city manager turned it on.
Oh,
It was pretty simple.
well, George, that's because I turned it off. No, I'm kidding.
I just wanted to, my name is George Riley. I'm part of the volunteer group that's trying to see how to go forward with the possibility of considering a public bank. And the first step is a feasibility study. So some of the, I appreciate the financial report and the details about the pros and cons. In some ways, the feasibility study is intended to answer some of the opposition questions. How do you form a bank? How would it be run? What are the hurdles ahead for setting up a banking process? This is not a planning, it's not a planning effort at this point. It's merely to see what are the requirements and what are the likely possibilities of being able to implement if certain conditions can be met. What are those certain conditions? We're not bankers. Our volunteer group are not bankers. There is one banker in the group of about, I don't know, 12 or 14 of us who meet maybe once a month to discuss where things are going. But the point is, it's a feasibility study. Mayor, to your question about commitment of funds, Santa Barbara County is the only county that mentioned a dollar amount in their application, in their approval or their resolution for support. No other city has been asked to commit money, and no city has been given a request yet to even do anything.
Okay.
What we have is a series of public bodies who expressed an interest in the question. Question is, will you support a feasibility study to see what are the parameters of the problem to go forward? And that's what we're trying to organize. That's the main question we're having is a feasibility study. And it will answer many of the questions that have been raised, not only by your staff report, but by the public comments that come out in general about how do you start a bank? How do you organize it? What's the best way to organize it? Is there any public agency that has certain questions that ought to be answered? And that's the kind of process we want to go through now, is just with a feasibility study. So there is a per capita formula that our working group is using to estimate the cost for each public agency. It's based on a per capita calculation for each of the jurisdictions. And for Monterey, city of Monterey, we think it's in the neighborhood of $3,000, more or less, a few hundred maybe, or maybe 1,000, but maybe 3,000. City of Salinas will be about 8,000, I think. But anyway, that's the scale of what we're talking about in terms of affording and sharing the cost of a feasibility study.
Can you say what the max is of the study?
And the max study is estimated to be about $150,000.
Yeah.
We're on the low side. We're guessing it's going to be low. There has been another study undertaken, which is not a complete study, up in East Bay, and that study is about 40,000. So these are the ranges that we're working with.
All right, thank you very much, George.
There are no other speakers here in the chambers to talk about this topic.
All right, then let's look for some raised hands and phone calls, please,
Yes.
on our, in the ether.
We do have a few. I will call on Johnny Camus. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Clyde. My name is Johnny Camus. I'm a former council member for the city of San Jose, and we actually did study this issue. And we all voted almost unanimously against it. And one of the things that I'd like for your council to consider, because I actually own a home in this area, so I have a vested interest in making sure that our taxpayer monies are being spent wisely. But if the investments from these banks, from this bank goes wrong, are you ready to tax your citizens more to make up for the losses of bad decisions made on bad, deals? Or are you ready to put off needed infrastructure improvements, foregoing street pavement maintenance or sewage, improvements or what have you, in order to make up for any losses that this bank could have? I could tell you from the experiences of our redevelopment agency was acted like a bank in the city of San Jose. We invested in so many losing things, and this was before COVID. We actually invested in golf courses, the Hayes Mansion, and even PF Chang's. And they all fell apart. We've lost millions of dollars. And is this city council ready to go back out to the citizenry and say, hey, we lost money on these investments that we made in this beautiful local business, or this restaurant or this hotel, because COVID hit. Things can happen. A lot of people vilify banks, but they take risks, and I don't think that the city is in the this kind of risk industry. Besides that, our actually staff determined that it was really not going to save any money, any loan costs, and the fact that they'd had to create a brand new department was going to actually be more expensive than just going through a local credit union instead. And local credit unions are actually a good alternative if you're looking at ways to benefit the local economy. And the local credit union is actually owned by the people who put their money in them, so they're a lot more closely aligned with perhaps your political beliefs. And so that I would urge you, it's not worth your time studying. The big city in San Jose tried it, and we did not go forward. And if you want to hear any more, if you have questions, let me know. I'm here.
All right. Thank you, Johnny.
Next, we have Pat McNeil. Pat McNeil, if you could unmute.
Okay, actually, it's Pat's wife, Lynn. This is Lynn Hamilton, and I'm a resident of Monterey, and we are. And is the sound okay?
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear.
Okay. I'm strongly in favor of going ahead with the feasibility study for public banking here. As I understand, we would be the last of 5 different entities that have already signed on in the region, which gives us enough capital and enough to get it going. It's been working very well in North Dakota for over 100 years. Of course, that's a state bank, and this would be smaller. Public banking allows us to keep our money local, to invest it locally in small businesses, affordable housing, which has been talked about a lot tonight, infrastructure, local infrastructure, and green jobs. So I'm just calling to voice my support, and I hope Monterey will join the other group, several groups in the regional. It'll work much like the community power system, as I understand it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there are no further hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's bring it back to the council for a discussion, and totally open to what people are thinking. Councilmember Allen?
Yeah, I guess I don't see why we wouldn't want more information. I think the presentation, which was excellent, showed the potential benefits. Whether it's feasible or not is yet to be determined. you know, concerns about risk are legitimate, and that is something that a feasibility study would I'm sure look into. I would just note that risk for the public is not limited to a public bank. The city has funds invested in a private bank. Back in 2008, we saw risky behavior by the private sector that led to a massive economic crisis. It almost led to the entire collapse of our economic system, and that is not at all overstating what happened. And it wreaked devastation on millions of Americans. And so, and at that time, just to kind of put a local spin on that, Monterey Peninsula College, for example, had through the county some of its money invested in a bank that lost a lot of money, and the college lost that money. And nobody repaid the taxpayers or the public who care about Monterey Peninsula College, and they weren't the only one. So there's risk, no doubt. How much I think that risk would have a lot to do with how many other cities and counties participate, and with the organizational structure, should feasibility determine that moving forward made sense. So there can be, you know, there can be guidelines put in place. There can be guardrails put in place to create more protection than the private sector permits. There's all kinds of risky behavior that is allowed in the private sector that could perhaps and probably should be prohibited in a public bank, where risk would be more, you would not want to encourage it. You would want to limit it much more so, because you're not trying to make a profit. You take greater risks, you can make a bigger profit. That makes sense for the private sector. But anyway, there are a lot of benefits. We heard about those potential benefits, and I would like to know more. I don't think we're being asked at this time to make a specific contribution. It would probably depend on how many other cities decide to join in. And just a reminder, about 5 years ago, we went through a very similar process with very similar concerns about creating a public agency for the purchasing of clean energy. It was not an easy process. There was some concern about, you know, cities, oh, do we want to jump into this? Could be risky. It's going to cost some money up front and all of that. Well, that turned out to be an amazing decision that our council and now almost all of the cities and the counties in our 5-county region are participating in that, and it's working splendidly. I don't know if a public bank will have that same success. I don't know if we'll even decide to go forward with it, but I would like to know more. And so I would just ask us to support a resolution indicating support. And then later on, we can, you know, once we know how many cities are involved, what the actual cost of the study is, what the cost to us would be, that'll be a different conversation for a different day.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Allen.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, I think I've addressed this in my perspective before the last time we talked about this, but appreciate the staff report and appreciate the information and appreciate the callers and those that have offered opinions. You know, I hate to say that I'm predetermined for a decision that I would not support public banking, because I'm having a hard time committing any dollars to a feasibility study with something that I don't agree is going to be something that I would support. So in these times of being a fiscal person, when I'm concerned about spending any money, in joining an effort where I already know where my opinion lies, I've pretty much already decided. I've heard enough, I've asked enough people, I've read enough about it, and have contemplated it, and I cannot resolve in my mind the risk reward concept, the tremendous high risk to a city municipality with taxpayer dollars, potential pending recession, potential risks, and having an outfit that we form some kind of a community bank where none of us are bankers and none of us have ever done this before. And it's certainly not within our wheelhouse and certainly not within our charter. So I just have a hard time saying that I would want to spend any money for something I've already decided that I don't want to do. So that's kind of where I'm sitting. I can't get there. I understand it. I see what many people are talking about, but I don't see the benefits to this city participating and wouldn't want to see any dollars go to it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ed.
I'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Ed makes some really good points, and I just wanted to comment about the community power. I supported community power, but one of the reasons I supported it is because I could see that our residents, they can opt out on whether they want to be a part of this program or not. In this particular case, our citizens cannot opt out because we are taking our assets of our city and placing them in a very high, I think, a high risk situation, which I just can't see would be something that I could face some of my residents and let them know that, by the way, this project outside of the city of Monterey failed, and now we have a problem with the funding that we provided to them. It's just a difficult question for me, only because I understand the concept and I understand that it can be successful. I just don't see. I'm just nervous about the risk of city assets. That's my biggest cause, and I just don't think I can support community or a public bank. So for me, going forward with a viability study is, I just don't see the reason to do that. So I'm going to have to not support it, unfortunately.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Dan. Councilmember Tyler, please.
Yeah, so I hear the concerns regarding the idea of taking risk, but a lot of the decisions that we make here deal with making risk. And this is something I think novel, kind of new to us here. It might seem a little bit foreign and hard to wrap our minds around. But I think the potential benefits associated with it provide us a space to look deeper at it and look at the possibilities of what could be. I mean, I think that there's so much going on in this fast-paced, high volatility world that if we don't take an opportunity to look at something non-traditional, it's a failure on our part for not thinking outside of the box and getting outside of our comfort zone. And at no point in this conversation are we talking about making that move right now. We're talking about doing a study so that we have more information to arm ourselves with. And so I think a few $1,000s is a very good investment so that we have that additional data that could end up telling us that, hey, maybe our assumptions that we had going into this, maybe the lack of understanding that we had in trying to wrap our arms around it was narrow and was limited and didn't provide the information that maybe could have helped us make the decision to move forward in a way that could have resulted in a better outcome for the city. I know Johnny was speaking earlier about his experience in San Jose, and I would say in a lot of ways, San Jose is a great city. And I know that the city of San Jose has taken risk. He's given a couple of examples about things that they've done, but what happens when you take risk? Some things you fail at. And so, again, we're not talking about taking that risk today. Today, we're talking about making the investment so that we can get additional data. He also brought up, the pandemic and the effects of our ability to respond to that. Well, when North Dakota, when the pandemic happened and the federal government was releasing the CARES Act funding, North Dakota was the state that responded the fastest because they had the public bank established. So it allows that flexibility. It gets rid of a lot of that red tape and it kind of keeps that flow going. So it happened to be something that actually played an advantage to North Dakota in that circumstance. You know, I feel like a lot of the perspective that I carry in thinking about weighing the decision about how to move forward with this thinks a lot about future generations. We can't think about decisions just about us tomorrow and how our lives are going to be between now and the time that we're not here on this planet. We have to think about future generations and making those investments now so that we make it easier for them to be able to live in a world, live in a society that is sustainable. And unfortunately, oftentimes we make decisions that are narrow-minded and don't think outside the box. So I'm hopeful that we can think about things like climate change and affordable housing that have been identified as things that a public bank could benefit us. And I really can't see a city like Monterey making a small investment in having additional data so that we can make a determination on whether public banking might be something that could play to our advantage.
Yes, Councilmember Allen.
I'll be brief, but Tyler's comments triggered two quick thoughts. One, you know, if you think the city's money is safe in Wells Fargo or wherever else, I can't remember what corporate bank we're using. I got two words for you: Lehman Brothers and too big to fail. And you know, the thought that if you think it's safe there, looks like I froze. It's not safe. And so that would be one thing. The other thing is, you know, we can just do so much good if we're able to help folks out. Think back to the CARES Act. You know what businesses got so much money from the CARES Act right away? It was big corporations, big businesses that had relationships with the banks, and the banks funneled the applications to them. And by the time the little guy, the mom and pop businesses, were looking for help, they ended up coming to us, incidentally. I'll just remind everybody why: because the big banks left them out of the picture. And so that's what we're talking about. But I understand. I know we may not win this vote, but I just want more information. That's all.
Well, I would just throw in one final point in that we're not doing this alone. It's not like the city of Monterey with our 30,000 people here are talking about trying to do this Goliath project on our own. It actually started out, if I understand correctly, with Santa Cruz County looking at doing it, and then they expanded and reached out to folks in Monterey County, and now they've reached out to a few other counties. So it's expanded to make this something that could truly be successful. Otherwise, I don't think that the wonderful people that have been putting all this work into finding a solution towards a lot of our problems in the community, I don't think they would be wasting their time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question or two. And if Mr. Riley, I would invite him, if he's still there, if he can help answer these if our staff can't. Other than North Dakota, are there any other public banks that we know of in the United States?
No, there aren't.
Not statewide, right?
Okay, well, I mean, even locally or
No. there
regionally?
aren't. No. American Samoa, yeah.
Okay.
North Dakota has a very specific history, as Councilmember Tyler indicated. So there's a different background with that.
Yes. Okay. The second question I have is with respect to 3Cs E, which is Central Coast Community Power. well, I guess it's energy. They changed the name on us. How was that? Was there a feasibility study for them? Because we have had a comparison to that. Was there a feasibility study, and who paid for it? It was my understanding it was Santa Cruz County. Does anyone know the answer to that?
So the big difference is when we talk about 3CE and in conversations and like tonight also this was made as an example, is that 3CE or Community Power at that time had a real product that they could purchase on the open market, and they could sell this to the consumers at a different price rate than the investor-owned utilities like PG&E. So when we talk about 3CE as a highly successful collaboration, yes, it's absolutely correct. This is a highly successful collaboration that goes from Santa Cruz County down to Santa Barbara County. However, they are purchasing a product on the open market, which is energy, and then they are reselling this with a lower markup than the investor-owned utilities. And with that, they are still very profitable. It was funded in the beginning through cities who put money aside in case this all would go southward. And then after a year or so, as council member Alan Hoffer remembers, he and I were actually on the board at that time when old startup came to bear. We were released from having this money back in the bank, and because again, energy is purchased on the open market and sold at a different rate. Now, what has happened since then also is that the investor-owned utilities are biting back, and it's not all that profitable anymore as it was in previous years, because, and again, here is where the CPUC is failing us again, if I may just say that. The CPUC lets the investor-owned utility get away with making this type of public energy sale harder and harder year after year, and I don't see any changes in sight. So again, that's we put money up in the bank, we guaranteed that if it goes southwards, and then we were released from that money after immediately in the first year we wrote black numbers there.
That's right, because there was an anticipation of a subsidy and it never materialized. I've had an opportunity, I don't know if other council members have, and I've looked at the treasurer's report, 2021 and 2022, and I took a look at where some of our money is. So the question is, would the city of Monterey, what surplus money does the city of Monterey have that it would invest? For example, a big chunk of the money that we have comes from the federal government for IGSA, Intergovernmental Service Agreement. Another with the DLI, that's federal money. Another big chunk of money comes from the NCIP. And I was looking at, I could look up the treasurer's report if you want, but, and also probably the other large one was our Fund for Economic Uncertainty. So the question I have is that the kind of money that we're looking at potentially putting in a public bank, or is that too premature to ask that question? And what's the collateral? This was asked at some of the meetings. What's your collateral if a public bank invests in a city hall someplace? What's the collateral? It's somebody's city hall. How do you get your money back? So my question would be, has this formation group, and Mr. Riley and I have had this discussion, have they looked at sources of funds? And it strikes me that you're probably looking at larger entities. It makes sense to me that a county would have, well, the county of Monterey's budget's what, 1.3 billion? And so my question is, where's the surplus money that the city doesn't need? If we have an NCIP fund of $5 million, that gets spent every year. So that's what I'm asking then. Do we see potential in our treasurer's report for participating in a public bank? Is this too premature for me asking? And what's the collateral for loans? So I don't know if Mr. Riley or Tyler, I know you're involved in this. And again, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I've studied this and thought about it. And I like new ideas. You have a Monterey Sports Center and an NCIP because I like new ideas. And they're old ideas now, but you have a Measure P and a Measure S because I like new ideas. And so I don't think age has anything or generations has anything to do with new ideas. So my point is, I'm open to looking at a public bank. I'd be interested too. I'm just, if you want to look at a compromise, we can express interest in it and not commit funds. I would be fine with that. If funds are going to hold us up, let's just leave that out of the equation and just be open to new ideas. So anyway, I put those thoughts on the table.
If I could try to answer, I mean, I would say in a way it is a little bit premature. I think that's partly what the feasibility study might show. You know, we do have money invested in corporate bonds that we get. I don't know what they're at now. Last time I think we had a presentation on it, it was around 1%. It's possible we might decide in the future that that would be something we might want to invest some of those in this, maybe get a higher return. It's also possible we might invest, not necessarily invest, but sort of just do our banking with this public bank. So I think it's a little premature to answer those questions in detail. And I do think, as you know, that the counties are the ones that will probably be really the major, if this moves forward, the major funders. I would certainly support the idea of support of that you mentioned, of indicating our support for looking into this more. And I don't think at this time we need to talk about committing any kind of money to the feasibility study because they don't even know how much it's going to be yet. And then once they know how many cities and counties are interested, then they'll figure it out and they'll come back to us. And maybe at that time you think it's worth in making that investment, or maybe you don't. But I think we can hold off on that.
Yeah, I think just a resolution of interest can't support something that we haven't seen yet, but a resolution of interest I'm very comfortable with because yeah, I want to say yes. I've been trying for 40 years to want to say yes. I expected people to say yes to when I brought up something, so I like to say yes. So a resolution of interest works for me.
I'll make a motion then that we support a resolution of interest.
I'll second.
All right, I'll second it.
Discussion?
Discussion, please.
Yeah. So I was trying to get in there to banter about, I wanted to respond to a couple of things I heard. You know, when there's a disagreement, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's narrow thinking. It may mean we just disagree. And we disagree for a variety of our own values that we have acquired since the day we were born. And those values are the way we see the world. That's our lens. But when I carefully make a decision, I want to be totally honest and say, if I can't support it, I don't want to spend any money looking to support why I really don't support it down the road. So I want to be open and honest and say, I don't support it. And I don't support it for the reasons of it's public money and we make those decisions all the time. But there's a difference. We're making decisions most generally on how we're going to spend money we have that's been collected, and we're judiciously doing a project and we're executing a contract and we're getting something for that. This is not commodities like in the 3C Power. That is a commodity that is transferable to delivering or not purchasing. This is 100% in the business of risk. Some low risk, some moderate risk, some high risk, some better returns. And I would admit that, sure, it'd be great to be able to have a better return than a 1% bond. But at the risk of using our assets and the public's assets, what it does is it forces us into using large capital that's coming from somewhere in our portfolio. that's going to cause us to have to prioritize or reprioritize and make decisions that are frequently peppered with political views of what our priorities are as we establish policies with 5 partners, 17 partners, 100 partners throughout the state that would agree to participate. Can you imagine the enormity of agreements across jurisdictional boundaries over money and creating policies to create a bank and an infrastructure and hire employees? It's just not something that I was elected to do. It's not something that I think can tempt me to go there because it's so creative that I can possibly see any kind of a return. And I come to the council position with, and I might lose the vote, and that's okay, but because this is a feasibility. But I approach my position as it's fiduciary. And when you have a fiduciary responsibility, you don't waste money and you don't get involved in something that you can't guarantee a return on. And we see banks fail all the time, and we see banks have problems all the time. Why would we want to be in that business? It's just not a comfortable business that I want to see the city of Monterey be in.
So the fiduciary responsibility that you speak of, I understand that, but we also have the funding that we have in the city of Monterey, which could possibly be investing in a project outside of the city of Monterey, down in Gonzales, Soledad, Salinas. So we're taking our money and risking our money in a project that's not even within the city of Monterey.
Right.
That's hard for me to swallow because it's a risk. All projects, all construction projects have a risk.
Right.
And obviously we saw that down at the conference center.
Yeah.
There was a risk there. So actually, Tyler, if we created a city bank, like you said, no, I would be more in to do that because the money is staying within the city.
Yeah.
And the projects are within the city. That's something I might go, even though we're not in the business of banking.
Right.
But for me, I feel a little safer with that than I do putting projects out
Well, and
outside of the city
that's
of Monterey.
because you would then have the authority as a council member to establish who's gonna make the decision.
So we put $2 million into a bank. We don't sit on the board.
Right.
That board makes a decision with our money on a project outside of the city of Monterey.
Right.
Ooh, I'm not quite sure that the citizens of Monterey would like to take that risk.
Yeah.
I just
And there
don't
was
think-
one more thing I wanted to highlight because I thought, Rafaela, it was a great comment. If you own this, kudos. If you don't own it, kudos too in your staff report. Fourth bullet under perspectives in opposition to public banking. The costs and risks would likely dwarf any potential benefits to city residents and taxpayers. To me, that's where my heart is, that causes me to say my belief system, my trust level, my perspectives, my value system, fully aware, making a decision that's informed, understand it, studied it, listened to it, have heard this before, not my first rodeo, been involved in a lot of things. I just can't get there. So I make the decision that I disagree with it.
So first that I would say that one of the things I really appreciate about you is what you're doing now. You know that you're not going to support it, so you're not going to make a decision to later on know that you're going to vote against it. Why waste our time? And I think that it's been, I think, a little bit of the frustration that I've had with the council in general, because there's been a lot of times where we've advanced things. We've had staff spend a lot of capacity on trying to do some research on efforts, and for it to we decide that it's not something we want to move forward with, it, which is a wasted an investment in and of itself if we knew going into that. So I appreciate that about you. And when I said that earlier in regards to narrow-minded thinking, it wasn't an attack on a perspective or point of view. It's about us as human beings. We all come, right? You were identifying, you know, we're born with certain values and perspectives and experiences, and none of us know everything. So we all come from some narrow-minded perspective or point of view. And I think that's the point that I was making. It wasn't an attack on a perspective or point of view. It was just to say, let's be comfortable with the fact that we don't know everything. And that's the argument that I'm making for us to invest a small investment in a feasibility study that could provide us additional information that could allow us to make a decision that might ultimately be in the benefit of our community and our residents. Screen froze. Can you guys hear me online?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, I'm frozen.
Yeah, they're live. They're moving.
Okay. So, and Dan, I mean, I hear what you're saying in regards to if we had more control over it. But I mean, that's how these things work. I mean, that we have the state, you know, is making investments in things that I'm sure we wouldn't always agree with. We have the federal government making decisions that we wouldn't always agree with, but there are things happening at those larger levels that afford us the opportunity to do things that we wouldn't be able to do if they didn't exist. One of the things we talked about with CDBG, look at all that effort that we're being able to support these local nonprofits in the community that are doing work because the federal government is giving us funding. They're trusting in us to allocate that funding so that we can do some community good. And although that there's risk associated with it, if we just look at the negative side associated with a risk-taking situation, then of course it's not a good idea. But if we don't give ourselves that opportunity to look at what the benefits could be, and we're selling ourselves short because we're lacking a full understanding of what that looks like, then I think that is a failure on our part. So that's why I presented this to the council, and I hope we can find a way of just trying to find a space to get some additional information here.
All right. So we do have a motion which simply said that the city of Monterey is interested. It's not a resolution of support, it's a resolution of interest. That was the motion and the second, and no commitment of funds. Is that correct? Okay, let's do roll call.
Councilmember Albert,
No.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson. Did we lose him? Councilmember Williamson? Did we lose the whole chamber?
Yeah.
Hang on 1 second. They're working on getting it up,
Okay,
back on.
Since we're still going to be doing the vote, if I could just make one interjection, which is there isn't actually a proposed resolution. I think the motion was to pass a resolution. So it's just
okay.
direction to staff if that would be.
Yeah, I kind of thought that. So I think, Alan, it's okay with you. We just make a motion expressing interest. And the seconder, as me, agrees with that.
Thank you both.
Yes,
Thank you for that clarification.
that's fine.
So Mayor, do I need to bring them resolution back so we can?
No,
County?
No, we're fine. It's just direction. Thank you, Rafaela, for asking that. I think you did a lot of great study already on that, so thanks. Okay, so
I don't see the chamber back on. Well,
that's okay. We want to take a break and come back in 5? Anybody wants to just,
Get back.
oh, I see the chamber. I see our assistant city manager frantically running.
Okay, so can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, it's working. For some reason, we lost our connection with Zoom and we're back in business. So we're good, Mario. Thank you. We can resume roll call.
all right, I had taken Albert and Smith knows, Hoffa, yes, and then I was asking Councilmember Williamson.
Yes.
Okay, and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. And just to clarify, while you were gone, Council Chambers, we don't have a resolution in front of us, so the revised motion was an expression of interest. All right. So it's 9:15. We do have, let me see, wrong one. There it is. Council comments, city manager reports, but we do have an opportunity, since it's not quite so late, to do some closed session if everybody's fresh enough. So if you have council comments, I would request they be brief. Same with city manager reports, and we can adjourn to closed session, which will make our load a little bit easier tomorrow. So council comments, please. After I said, don't do it, no. Anything brief? Alan saying no.
Nothing
I
for
can
me.
wait.
I'm going to listen to the mayor and say I have nothing.
Okay.
Finding this stuff really hard.
All right. So Tyler, Dan, everybody okay? I'm fine. And
I'm good.
Yep, we're good.
city manager reports?
Nope.
Nope. All right. Well, as I think that concludes, right? I didn't leave anything out. And as always, stimulating conversation and discussion, lots of respect for each other. I've been told we're pretty unusual that way, by the way. So thank you. Thank you, public. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. And we will adjourn to closed session, and we'll probably we'll have to go to a different link for that, right, Clementine?
I don't have to look for a win.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Keep rubbing it in, Jay.